Gatorade's really bad for you.
Yeah, Gatorade.
Why don't you just drink some water and pour in a cup of sugar?
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Pretty much what you're drinking.
No, there's no sugar in this, Joe.
Okay.
It's called Gatorade Zero, Joe.
Yeah, right. It's no sugar. It's just some chemicals.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Mike, so...
You think that's better for you than sugar?
Well, let me ask you something. What do you think's in your tap water, Joe? Water and some chemicals, right?
Yeah, but at least it's
Yeah.
at least it's a lot purer than some sports drink. You know, those are all scams. You know that? That's just a bunch of scams.
Come on, we'll hear them just as well.
Well, let me tell you,
Roger that, Joe. Let me get back to what
the biggest scam I've found lately, Joe, is you. Over.
In a little while, but into OM.
I speak the truth. A lot of people can't handle the truth.
Oh, I can handle it.
So what they do is they attack me instead of attacking the subject.
Well, probably some. Have you ever thought, Joe, maybe some of the people that are attacking you are attacking you because you attacked them first?
Oh, no, that's never the case.
That's probably always the case.
No, it isn't. I talk about facts, and when they can't handle the facts, they go after me.
Wow.
What do you mean, wow?
Excuse me, Mr. Joe.
That's exactly what happens.
Delusional, Joe.
Excuse me, Mr. Joe.
That's exactly what goes down. You tell them the facts.
Delusional.
You tell them where they can find the facts, and they can go double-check the facts, and then they go look and they say, oh, crap, he's right, so we better attack him.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can you tell me when the men are going to be
I
on
don't know.
here?
I just heard a terrible noise. I think I'm going to go check and make sure a tower didn't come down or something somewhere.
All right.
Yeah, well, you're still hearing me, though, aren't you?
Yes, I didn't notice anything, so what's the problem?
Yeah, well, I noticed something. I heard a big loud boom over here, and there's no lightning, but...
Where are you at?
Yeah, we had about 70
your
mile an
location?
hour wind today, and nothing broke. I can't believe it.
What's your location?
I'm in Kentucky, Joe.
We had nearly 50 mile an hour gusts today. Let me look. What part of Kentucky?
Yeah, central.
Well, it's only 18 mile an hour winds straight out of the west.
Excuse me, Mr. Joe, can you tell me when the men will be on here?
Yeah, they're on here now.
No, I mean the men with the deep voices.
Now what you want to do, Joe, is go to Mesonet. And
So what?
you go to Western Kentucky University, and they have a Mesonet. And they've got, all over the state, they've got little sensor stations, and you can dial in, particular county, and you can watch, they've got a graph,
Oh, yeah.
We had 70,
I almost fell asleep.
70 here.
I almost fell asleep while you were telling me that.
That's good. Well, I'm eating, so, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Exactly.
Do you purposely try to be boring?
Double bazooka time.
Anyway, I mean, what do you say you do? What do you say you do here?
KM4 WC.
You start talking and my eyelids get heavy.
Good.
You're just boring.
Go to sleep, Joe.
I might do that.
I hope you do.
Talking about those interesting subjects like the weather. Talking about people instead of ideas and things. Like you're a little looking for a soap opera.
Hey, Joe, why don't you say something interesting?
Oh, why don't you just shut up?
Can you tell me when the midgets are gonna leave this frequency?
Midget? Mental midget?
I'm waiting
And
for
it's
the
just
man.
amazing just to sit back and see how many good friends you've made on this frequency, Joe.
I know, it's quite an accomplishment.
It's amazing.
Well, you could judge a person by their enemies. All right?
I think
So
I
what
know
you do,
people
Joe, you
said
judge
that.
people?
Well, I'm saying people judge me, and I'm saying that's probably a good thing. Look at my enemies.
Yeah, nobody's judging you, Joe.
Do you have any friends, Joe?
I try not to have.
Well, you wildly successful.
No, I'm not 100% successful.
2%.
Your house cut your coax, yeah.
Well, I don't have any coax. What do you think of that? It's all ladder line. They're going to stick a pin in my coax there, Wilma. They're going to shut me down.
Yeah, no, he said he's surprised. I think he said he's surprised someone hasn't sliced your coax. But, you know, if they had cut some diagonal cutters, I'm sure they could get through, 450 homes, Joe.
Well, sure they could, but I could fix it just as fast as they cut it.
Well, what if they just clipped a jumper on there right when you were transmitting, Joe?
Oh, that might be an issue, but AC1DD. It really wouldn't
That's
bother
the
me that
problem
much.
with that
What's the
open-
worst they could do? Blow
That
up my
open
amplifier?
feeder, you just got open wire there.
Yeah, but what would be the most damage they could do?
I don't know, man. Is your amplifier protected, Joe? Has it got a
No.
rubber on?
No, I don't believe in any of that stuff.
Well, then, it probably wouldn't like it too much.
Probably not, but they're going to be on video. They're going to be on video. Their vehicles and their license plate will be on video. If they blow up my amplifier, see, that's over $1,000. I believe that's felony property damage.
What's that?
So they'll probably get a couple of nights in the Madison County Jail.
Well, they might be hungry anyway, the way this damn economy's going.
Oh, yeah, we got to really cry about the economy. Actually, the economy is doing pretty damn well, actually too well. It needs to slow down. But you're one of those whiners, aren't you? The economy's terrible.
I'm a whiner. I whine when I hear assholes on the band.
Oh, then you're going to be in a constant state of whine.
Oh, well, I guess I will.
The economy's doing fine. If you can't find a job now or get a raise now,
Yeah, everybody, the
it's all on
economy's
you.
doing fine. It's the economy expanded. It's just that.
Excuse me, can you tell me when the men are gonna be on here?
Is this a whining net again? You're going to come out here
Yeah.
and woe
I
is
don't know,
me,
man.
the
I
whole
think when
country
people
shot in the
realize
head.
what
You
they've
sound like
done,
the Eastern Regional
as
Pansy
American
net.
people, I think there'll be a hell of a lot more whining than just me, Joe.
So what? Yeah, so what? Grow a pair.
Excuse me, can you tell me when the men are gonna be on here?
No. Go to 3927 and ask them. 3927 is the guys you need to talk to.
On double
Okay,
bazookas.
thank you.
Yeah, go on up there.
Okay, thank you.
I like it.
There's UFO.
It's not
The
the
sky is falling.
Double bazooka time.
Hey, Bob, they said the midgets hang out down here.
The sky is falling. Yeah, the sky is falling. Everything's so terrible. Last night, that Democrat from West Virginia was in here. We got to help those people living on the sidewalk. We got to help them.
It's horrible.
It's terrible. They're all living on the sidewalk. We obviously aren't helping them enough.
It's horrible. Sidewalk sissies.
Let's go give him some more money. I'm sure that'll fix the problem.
Stim them.
I think everybody should adopt a midget.
Give them a stimulus check.
Or if you're into midgets or little people or wee people, what are there other names?
You people.
What?
You people.
What?
You people.
Wings off the flies.
If you're into that, I'm sure if you do a Google search, you could find what you're looking for, but they're not here.
Yeah, hold
Okay,
on. I
thank
hear
you.
you over there. I'm putting my ghillie suit on. Hold on.
Yeah, he's afraid. He's afraid. He thinks everything's going to collapse. He's probably going to take his paycheck, as little as it is, and go down to Walmart and load up with some supplies, survivalist supplies. Going to buy like 4,000 cans of canned chili. And spam. A lot of spam. He's getting ready for the upcoming tribulation.
Is it coming?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying it's coming. They are saying it's coming.
Oh. Yeah, they're fixing to have a purge. Sir, you didn't hear about it?
Yeah, they're fixing to have a purge. That must be Southern, that fixing thing.
They're preparing to have a purge up in Collinsville. Over.
Yeah, they're fixing to have a purge.
Shut up, stupid.
You better be afraid, because that's what a real man is. He's afraid every day. You better lay in supplies. You better start storing water.
Yeah.
You better be. If you don't have 2 years worth of food, you're not even started.
Yeah.
You better have many firearms, hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. You should have at least 5 generators. 5.
Oh no, I think maybe about 40 to 50K rounds of maybe 60,000 cartridges. That should be enough.
Oh no, not the hardcore guys. The hardcore guys say 100,000 minimum.
Oh no, that's a lot. Of course you gotta have, since you're gonna be living on squirrels and rabbits, you gotta have, lots of squirrel and rabbit ammo, and you gotta have some deer rounds and such, and then, a little this and a little that, Joe.
No, that's you gotta have canned food. You have to have 4 years worth of 4 years. The N1UZI says you've got 4 years worth of food. 4 years.
Yeah, and you gotta live in Kentucky.
Yeah, they live in Kentucky, and Thomas McLaughlin, I think, is his name. Something like that.
What happens when the nuclear bomb?
Yeah, well, he's not my concern. I just worry about me. Joe.
Well, but that's not how it works in the survivalist community.
Oh, yeah. But,
No,
what would
no.
you know? I mean, are you one?
Well, no, I think all those people are insane.
Well, then, how do you know so much about it? Has it managed to get into your psyche and drive you insane as well?
No, it's just I hear it. This is what he said. He's got 4 years worth of food. He's got 7 generators. 7. Okay, he's got 24 bowfangs. Not 1, not 2, not a half dozen, not a dozen. 24. He's got hundreds of thousands of rounds.
24 of them.
Hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition.
Got like 3 or 4, but I mean, those
His
things
call
are
is
junk anyway. I think they
N1UZI.
Wi-Fi your signal back to China anyway.
N1UZI, right.
Yeah, and he suffers from paranoia schizophrenia.
Yeah, he's an extreme survivalist. He's not a moderate.
Sporting man, you like to go to the woods and you like to shoot and stuff and mess around. And then you spend a couple years, during the Obama administration, and you cannot get your hands on any .22 ammo. So, you know, you spend all your time at the farm, you know, you can't even do any planting, and you can't even play around out at the farm. You know, because of Obama. So then perhaps a man might decide, you know what, I'm not ever going to let that happen again. I'm not going to let, you know, the politicians, prevent me from practicing my sport. So I stock up, and they're not going to stop me. If I want to go to the farm, Joe, and I want to shoot some damn groundhogs or whatever, chipmunks or raccoons or whatever in the hell I want to do, or I want to shoot some targets, political bullshit is not going to stop me. I've got what I need. I just don't.
I think you said 6 times.
That's okay.
If you cut that out, we would save a lot of time.
Police gonna get me, huh?
Oh.
Yeah, probably be. Here come the police. Come on, let's go.
Oh, you think it's mentally healthy to be, so afraid that you move to the woods? That's number one.
A couple times.
And then you start storing food, ammunition.
What an idiot.
I mean, I'm asking the question, do you think it's mentally healthy?
Oh, God, he's the smartest thing on ham radio.
You think it's healthy? That's a question. I'm asking you a question.
I didn't hear
Normally you
one there,
respond
so
to a
this can't be a
question.
legitimate
Is that
conversation.
healthy?
There's no holy cows.
Back in the Cold War.
Holy cow. At least say a holy cow once in a while. Make this a legitimate thing to listen to. Come on.
Holy cow, Joe. Yeah.
Holy cow.
You know what I'm hungry.
This is AC1DD.
Holy smoke.
Sue me.
This is the net.
Sue me.
I'm asking you a direct question. Do you believe it is healthy for someone that grew up, lived in the suburbs of Boston, as soon as they retired, they ran to the woods
Come on,
of
pick on me next,
Kentucky,
Joe. Pick on me next. Come on.
started storing massive amounts of
Joe, pick on me next. Come on. You know everything about me. Come on, pick on me next.
ammunition, generators,
Come on, leave N1UCI alone. He gave his call sign out and everything like that. So come on,
24
give me out now.
Mustangs.
Come on, Joe, pick on me next. You know who I is. Come on.
Believe that is a healthy response to a situation. Over.
Things and getting ready, good deal.
Hey, that's the way he wants to live his life. Some people don't want him to live his life that way, I guess,
you know. Right. If a man wants to go out to a yard sale,
I thought this was America, where you're free to do what you choose, not by what your neighbor says you can do or can't do, no?
I mean, it's his call.
We're not arguing whether it's his right or illegal or any of that stuff, because it is clearly legal, and he could certainly do what he wants to do. I'm asking
Joe
the
never studied the
question,
word
do you
empathy, did
believe
he?
it is
Empathy doesn't
healthy
exist
that
in his
someone does
vocabulary.
that?
Empathy?
I hear word of
Empathy.
man.
Is it healthy?
Sure, yeah, because, I mean, you never know, Joe. He might be enterprising. He might be sitting back one day and he might think, gee, he might combine
He might be lying about the whole thing.
20 different products that he's sitting on into one big grand machine.
A lot of posers out here. Boy, I'm one of them. I even got a trophy over here that says I'm a poser, because Joe said I am.
If he chooses to, to experiment, he's got lots of material to work with. What's wrong with that?
Oh, okay, so are you doing that?
No.
Why not?
He's probably got a lot more space. He's got...
Did you give your call sign? I'll give mine. KB3YLN1F.
Hey, the mayor's here. Get out of here, you midget.
I'm going to be QRM score.
I don't believe that's the case. I mean, I
Man, we're getting rain, sleet, and snow down here. Oh, man, the whole ground's covered with, like, icy pebbles.
Excuse me, Mr. Joe, the mayor's here. You can leave now.
And stuff.
SWR was way up. I had to
My
retune
SWR is
everything. Wow.
1.04.
Yeah, it happens. I hope that storm don't
After a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust.
What you got to do,
Anyway,
right, Jim?
no, I don't, Joe, I don't know UZI. But I would assume if he got a, 70 or 80 or 160 acres or whatever he got, I would assume he's probably got a barn or two, and he probably putting all that stuff up in a barn.
This is KB3, Wildlife calling.
Yeah, we got some interference in there.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
I hear you, Harry. I'm just sitting here trying to find out what's going on. Good evening.
I'm having trouble hearing you. We got some interfering
Plymouth
stations.
Rock Joe.
The men are here, Joe.
The
You can
interfering
leave
stations are
now.
coming in
Yeah,
here.
hello,
Well, your
Jim.
signal's pretty weak.
You
You
know.
probably ought to try to raise your antenna or do something.
You know.
I don't know. I would think that's a good indication of a mental illness. There's a guy on YouTube. He's
I would say talking with these young people on
by
a
the name of
frequency every
Dr.
night, that might be a
Grande.
sign of a mental condition.
Yeah, Dr. Grande, and do a search on Dr. Grande Survivalist. He's got a whole YouTube video on Survivalist, and when you listen to it, you're gonna you could visualize N1UZI in your mind because he fits exactly the criteria. One of the things that Grande says is these guys don't think they're sick. They're absolutely convinced that they are not sick. They believe they're healthy and they're doing the right thing, so they don't seek treatment.
Boring, very boring.
So if you know a survivalist type, you should try to get them to treatment.
Enough about survivalists. Boring.
Yeah, so they're dead set against any treatment. It's a self-propagating type of thing.
I have to wonder, if when you're an amateur radio frequency troll, I wonder what kind of mental illness that indicates.
Yeah, it beats the crap out of dying. I mean, survivalism is good.
Exactly. It's especially good for people with certain mental illnesses. He mentions it's not uncommon for people with PTSD to go into survivalist mode. It's not uncommon for people with schizophrenia to go into survivalist mode. And the number one criteria is anxiety. Anxiety and the fear of death.
Hey, you possum.
So when people are afraid of death, they start creating these scenarios where there's going to be mass death. Like there's going to be a big wipeout of the population. And that actually makes them feel better because they then believe that they're not going to die alone. Which most people are going to do that.
How's this level, possum? Hey, better.
But see, they create this scenario like there's going to be a mass kill-off, and that actually makes them feel better. As sick as that sounds, it actually makes them feel better. Over.
Therapy channel. Just tune in and we'll solve all your problems. Therapeutic or mental. Therapy. Just listen.
Yes, we have Dr. Shekoperipa.
Well, isn't that weird, though? I mean, they're afraid of death. They're getting older. They have a lot of anxiety. But they actually feel better when they talk themselves into a mass death scenario. Because that says, I'm not going to die alone. I'm going to die, but I'm not going to die alone. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of other Americans die right alongside of me.
Poor Joe doesn't know, but he's going to die alone.
Oh, man. Now, isn't that twisted? Or
There's going to be a whole bunch of nut jobs with them.
He'll have a mic in his hand and he'll have a massive cardiac.
I'll stalk a full cantina. When I'm on my last legs, I can have a tuna fish sandwich. Tuna fish is nice.
I'll just eat one of my dogs.
Now, you got to remember that Grande,
I got enough ammo and everything, and I was prepared.
Dr. Grande says that, a moderate amount of precautions.
You'll never run out of food over there.
You have a little bit of stored food, you
really
have a generator, you have some flashlight,
You always
have
need
just kind of normal
supply
stuff.
of ammunition.
That's perfectly fine.
Just
because
in
that's
case,
sensible.
wink, wink.
But some of these people get into
Chef
what he
Possum,
calls
I'm putting on my
extreme
ghillie suit and I'm
survival.
headed to Collinsville.
And that's when,
And the other thing is,
that is when they start storing years of food, like N1 UZI, 4 years of food. He's got 7 generators, 7. 24 Bowfangs, again.
I got 15 generators. I got more than he does.
Well, that means you probably are suffering from either anxiety attacks, PTSD, schizophrenia, or there's a few other things.
You take 2 and you make 1 out of them, right?
With a capital K, right?
When a motor blows up, you take the motor off another one and you take 2, one with a busted generator and one with a busted motor, Joe, and you make 1 out of it again.
Well, that's all wonderful, but do you need 7?
Dummy.
Do you need 7, dummy? Don't call me names.
Right there, you're listening on an SDR, Joe.
No, I'm not. I key my mic and then I unkey between my words.
Uh-huh.
That's standard amateur radio operation.
Do you know what you could do with a Vulcan cannon?
Is Joe a dummy?
real quick.
And the other thing is, a lot of these extreme survivalists,
instantly.
they go off, eventually, they'll go off and do something really bad. I mean, that's a common thing.
It kills off so much ammo so fast.
Flashlight batteries. He doesn't have a flashlight or flashlight. Stand by, Pedo on
That's
frequency.
true. N4TAT. I have a light.
What is that?
On my smartphone.
Molester, short eyes.
I have a light on my smartphone. That's my only flashlight. I do not have flashlight batteries. I don't have a generator. I don't have any stored food. 0. AC1DD sharing the frequency per Rosemary's instructions.
I have a family of midgets in a pit in my backyard.
I don't have a second unit of anything. I've got 1 radio, 1 tuner, 1 amplifier.
1/2 wit.
Have one of something there.
All these hams that have like 3 transceivers, 4 amplifiers. It's like they're hoarders. I mean, what's so important on amateur radio if something blows up that, you can't wait? You can't wait? Can't wait to get back on the air? Are you kidding me?
Lost in space.
Excuse me, is this the midget frequency?
On my daily dosing of...
Oh, that's the other thing. Extreme survivalist types, typically, almost half of them develop hoarder syndrome.
Oh,
I
Joe,
heard
you don't
there
have
was
a
a
couple
midget on
zombie
this
Americans over?
No, I don't, no. They start hoarding everything. They can't throw away paper, right? Paper, and the reason is, that can start a fire. So they start hoarding paper. Okay, everything. They won't throw anything away.
Excuse me, Mr. Midget.
Too. It's green that got dead presidents on
You've
it.
got some contacts in there,
Excuse
Joe.
me, Mr. Midget.
I can't. I don't hear him. I only hear you.
Dead president.
Yeah, you do.
That's right. I hear
Too
you.
bad Joe Biden can't be on a dollar bill. No. They're going to make a penny of him, and it's going to have on it his picture, and on the back it's going to say no cents. So, yeah, let's hope that happens. All right, you got my vote.
The one that sounds like he's got a sinus problem, like he's got a deviated septum. Joe, just ignore that one.
Oh, you mean N4TAT? He's got a good signal up here.
No, he doesn't.
Sure he does.
No, he doesn't.
On a $2 bill.
He's been in amateur radio probably 3 times longer than you.
Well, that's fine, but that doesn't mean he has a good signal up here.
Yeah, but he does.
But I'm
Excuse
not
me, Mr.
excited that
Midget.
it does not
Can you
over
leave
here,
this
no.
frequency so the men can talk?
Well, you've got a terrible antenna. I know that.
I know I hear all those guys out there talking.
You must have a double bazooka.
Well, he's in Kentucky. That's part of the problem.
Excuse me, Mr. Midget, can you leave this frequency and let the men talk?
So if you add all those factors up, you know, these extreme survivalists, about half of them are hoarders. They could have schizophrenia, PTSD, anxiety, fear of death. You know, you add all that up, and typically, you know, they will do something stupid.
Yeah. Wow.
They'll do something stupid, and so that's why we got to kind of keep an eyeball on them, if you know what I mean.
That's a fellow shit.
Good one, Joe.
I think Uzi needs some
that was good.
Prozac.
Oh, I'm gonna hand my
Prozac would
medal
be
back
the drug
over.
of choice. Put him on
Excuse me, Mr.
Prozac.
Midget Man, can you leave this frequency? The men are wanting to talk.
Yeah, think about all those mental illnesses.
that.
All those mental illnesses that could be contributing to the survivalist extremist.
Narcissism.
Joe, what would
phobias here on this frequency. They're all homemade.
on a frequency and they won't go away when everybody on the frequency wants them to go away?
Well, but Part 97 has it speaks very clearly to that issue.
That's his asshole claw. Put him on
Yeah,
floor.
exactly. The guy got it right.
Florazine's a choice of drug.
Excuse me, Mr. Midget Man, can you leave, please?
Will, that guy wants you to go. But I don't know if it's a guy. I'm not sure it's a guy. It could be. I think some of these people, you know, they get home from work, you know, after the boss has yelled at them all day long, threatened to fire them a couple of times. They come home and they you know, take their clothes off and they dress up as a girl.
He could have been a barber. It's horrible. They have to even work.
I don't know. At 6'4", Joe, I've never been called an idiot.
My guy's agreeing that
I mean,
too.
I've never been called a midget. I've probably been called an idiot a few times by people like you, Joe. But yeah, I've never been called a midget. I don't know what's up with that.
Well, he was clearly talking to you.
Nobody's going to call you one.
Well, we're all mental midgets on this frequency, ain't we? And we proud to be a little mental midget? I'm only 5 feet and 300 pounds.
Can you leave the frequency and let these men talk, please?
I can't tell what's live and what's Memorex anymore. Can you tell, Will? Are you live?
That must be a phobia.
What's today's date, Will? What's today's date?
I know.
What's today's date, Will?
What's the frequency, Joe?
4 recordings out there of what you just said, Joe.
What's today's date? I gotta make sure this is live.
Go ahead, tell us.
3329.
Yeah,
Today's the
2019.
2019?
Yeah, that's when it is.
Look at who's talking.
No, that's one of the first tests
I think Fetterman's going to resign.
Stay in for it.
It's one of the first things they do. Do you know what the date is today? You know what the date is today? They always ask
Please,
that. They say, do
somebody
you know
down
who's president?
south, please step all over Donnie, would you?
Stand by. Donnie's on the frequency.
Somebody sounds like they're playing recordings.
If somebody could just prevent me from even having to hear Donnie, that'd be great.
That's an ear infection, not a recording. That's an ear infection, not a recording.
I know Donnie goes to bed at 11 o'clock.
For his boyfriend?
Little girl.
Boy, you should see this new microphone, man.
I mean, Joe, if you just get on the internet, you could probably troll a lot more people, you know, more effectively than doing it this way.
I'm not sure that's true. You might be right. So I should get on Twitter or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Excuse me, little little squeaky voice midget man, can you leave this frequency and let the men talk? Let the men talk. Let the men talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, get on that twerk. I mean Twitter, or is it twerk? Whatever it is.
It's really too bad that we can't get a visual of some of these people out here.
I've got a visual.
Can you imagine what you would see?
Your imagination
Hiding pictures, hiding everything.
never look like what you think they're going to look like.
Yeah, they
got buck teeth and red hair and freckles.
Well, I'm going to start on my ham radio attire Monday. I'm going to not shower for 2 weeks and wear the same clothes over.
Backer in my cheek.
Roger.
Yeah, I got to get a good odor going.
Yeah, let her ride into there.
Got that big old hairy belly.
Got that crotch fungus going on.
Every time somebody walks up to me, I'm going to scratch my
Yeah,
ass.
did you finally, Jim, did you finally get to use that stuff to put on your sphincter to make the poop not stick to the hair? How did that work out? It works out really well. Oh, boy, I'll have to try some of that.
You probably shaved the shirt.
It'll work even easier. Get a picture of the guy on this frequency and just look at it when you take a dump. Everything will come out awesome.
Oh, man, I thought of that.
Probably look like Sasquatch.
I gotta get some of that Lumi. That Lumi they advertise on TV for the underboob? Yeah. Underboob, butt crack. What else is there? She names a lot of stuff you can put it on.
Bifold.
Oh, yeah, the bifold, the trifold, the clitoris, the belly button, all that stuff.
Oh, boy.
This is awesome.
Very instructive. Maybe that stuff will work on your butt crack and it'll make the poop slide off the hair and you won't have dingleberries, you know. Well, it's nice because I get them and here, kitty. Oh, man, the cat plays with them. It's cute, you know. I have it on video, but...
This is AC1DD sharing the frequency.
Now, see, Joe, do you hear how awesome the frequency is when you just shut up and listen?
Okay, I'm going to shut up and listen. I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to go check on something.
You gotta go.
So just hold my place. AC1DD.
Yeah, see if that little boy's still taped to the bed.
Oh.
Jim, you're terrible.
I hope he's got a pen.
The timing is impeccable,
Possum
Possum.
in his mouth.
Probably got a voodoo doll. Gonna put pins in it.
No, you can't do that. Then all the air will come out. She won't be no good. And then blow up dolls. You got to make sure you don't have no air holes. You know, you fill them full of warm water and plug them in. Oh, baby.
How many patches does yours have out there?
They have the ones now that have live recording of women, too. You push the little thing and it makes noises.
And he screams.
Oh, you're too big, you brute.
He screams.
I want one of those.
And send it to Donnie.
You're killing me. They'll say whatever you want them to say. I think you can program to say anything you want.
Pull down.
Here's a probably say, are you through?
I guess that's what he wants it to say. Are you through?
Ken, ain't you done yet? Yeah, it's like that barbershop thing I heard the other day I told you guys about. What? Barbershop? Yeah, guys were talking about how long it took for a woman to finish. And one guy said it takes 3 times longer for her to finish than a guy. Somebody with a bald head in the back smoking a cigar looked up over the newspaper and he said, "You mean that can go a full 3 minutes?" Yeah, there you go. I don't know, they're like a decent way warmed up, they can run a long time.
Oh, 3 minutes? Man, the lucky bastards.
Damn, I gotta retune again. Something's going on outside. I can't see my antennae. Or maybe I'll call it an aerial. I have to retune my aerial, guys. I'll be right back.
Where's the intellectual mogul of the frequency, Mr. LYM tonight?
Oh, boy.
The Houdini of ham radio.
Audio, check. Okay, I'm back. We're good now.
Oh, you're back. You may not be any good.
Oh, I know. I'm never no good. Boy, last night, I'm in here with you guys, you know, and then I was monitoring, and, you know, I heard you guys, where'd everybody go? Where'd everybody go? Well, I was still there, and I went to key up and come back to you, and I noticed, wait, what? No output here. What the hell? Remember I told you, hey, I'm on the Henry. I'm not on the Ameritron. I'm on the Henry. I look over, no tubes glowing. Son of a bitch.
Bad pan.
What's you get for buying an old piece of gear?
Oh, no, I had this problem once before. I pulled it out. Pulled the tubes out. They're original. I got it with the machine. What are they? 400Zs. Not 500, 400Zs. Pulled them out, and I noticed on one of the pins, the solder came undone on one of the pins. It's got the cooling fans, great. I got extra fans in there, so it must have just been a weak solder joint. So I pulled the pin, the outer shell of the pin, off the original pin, and that didn't even look good. So I cleaned that all off, reused it, used silver solder on it, and I think I'm good to go.
Yeah, silver solder will fix it. But it sounds like you might want to put a fan underneath.
Oh, it has one, Jim, from the factory. It has a pretty good blower, swirl cage blower that blows, you know, on the bottom of the tubes. I have the cooling towers on each side, of, you know, covering the tube. So, I think it's pretty good. It was just the solder, I think, that weakened up. A while ago, down on the pin side on the socket, I cleaned them up with a small Dremel tool. They're made out of brass, believe it or not. I cleaned them up good, so I think it was just a solder.
I don't.
Wait, you think it needs a better fan?
No, you told me the fan's doing its job. What's happened is because the pin collets has gotten, you know, with all the heat's taking the temper out of them, they're not making a good connection.
That's exactly what it is.
It could be. I saw another set of tubes. I've been looking. I have four 400As I can put in there. But you don't see the same wattage. They're in better shape. But we'll run it till it poops to bed again, and then I'll fix it.
There you go.
Put some tube sockets in it.
All right, somebody say something. I caught the end of it.
Yeah, put some new tube sockets in it.
Oh, well, yeah, that is another option, yeah.
That's an option, but it's a job.
Yeah, if I'm going to put new tube sockets in it, I might as well lower the tube sockets, buy new ones, and put 3500Zs in it and be done.
What Henry is it?
Oh, it's an old one, 1964, 2K-2.
Oh, yeah, I had the 2K-3 for a while. I had the same problem with the tube sockets. Kept melting the solder out of the filament pins.
Yeah, well, I bent the tube sockets, the brass clips. I bent them with a screwdriver, cleaned them up, polished them up real good, rebent them, and they, it takes quite a bit of force to shove them in there now. They're pretty tight, so I don't know. Well, you know how it goes. Heat and time. Heat and time.
KF8ED.
and NFRE.
KBC Wireless.
There's Satan. I'd recognize that voice anywhere.
Really? You mean he's even here too? Holy crap!
Oh, you betcha. He's a regular visitor here.
You getting any kind of weather up there, Tim? We're getting sleet, snow, rain. It's crappy out.
Oh, Harry, we get weather here every day.
We got some serious nasty winds here, boy. I'm afraid all my antennas are going to fall over.
Hey, mine's been holding up pretty good. Dancing in the breeze, but, you know, it's holding up.
Man, I can hear stuff falling over.
Who's that, Mitch?
Yeah.
Oh, Mitch, how you doing?
Okay, I'm just a little afraid that something's going to break over here.
That'll be all good.
Okay. I'll just keep a positive attitude, you know. But
How you doing, Mitch? Good signal here tonight. 20 over here, buddy.
Roger. I'm surprised. The wind's out there blowing that thing all over the place.
Hey, you got garbage cans dancing down the road.
Yep. Well, they're not going down the road. You can hear them falling over.
Good evening, gentlemen. 10-8-M-ZM.
Hey.
Good evening.
Hi, Bob. How you doing? What's shaking?
Evening, Robert. And I hope everybody's doing great tonight, and all is well here. Yeah, you just missed a guest appearance by Satan. Oh, okay. Well, I turned on 10 minutes ago. I didn't miss it. I just now got in here. I think he was waiting for the sodomite preacher.
Ooh.
I'm not sure. It's just a guess. Now, that's a very good possibility. I gotta watch it anymore. I kind of look around when I take the trash out. We got some long overdue good rain again today, so it's starting to wetten up a little. That will make the turnips grow. Oh, yeah. I figured the band would be really busy tonight. They got that DX contest going on, but I didn't hear much here on 75 meters.
Branches smashing against the roof.
Somebody just stole a ham radio. That's the alarm going off.
Oh, boy. Put that radio back in peace.
Institution, that's the alarm.
most of those people that escape nowadays are pounding their friggin' gate to get back inside.
Yeah, it's safe in there.
Roger that.
We're the ones that are in prison. Enslaved by the own people that we gave power to. Who figured that one out? I trust you with my vote. Ha! Damn reverse psychology. They went in there, went in all the stores. See that black lady on that syrup there? Get that off there. We can't have that. Hey, see that Indian on that Land O'Lakes? Get that off of there. We can't have that. Now when you walk in the store, look, there's nothing but a bunch of white people with all the packages. See how racist we are?
I love it.
Yeah, I sent away. I'm getting one over to the other side. I sent away for a bust of Greta Thunberg today.
Needed something for a target?
No, I figured, when the corn came up.
I want a picture of Lori Lightfoot naked.
I figured it was just in case you needed a target or something, or maybe you could put that in the bathroom to help you out.
I want a picture of that babe, that Lori Lightfoot babe. Ooh.
Mayor Beetlejuice.
She's a hot number. She is, with them dark eyes like that. Oh, baby. She's a picture of health, that one right there.
She could have been a hypnotist.
What a creature, huh? All the Democrat women are, though.
Yeah, Joe, I know you've noticed how good-looking the conservative women are, and vice versa, how ugly the liberals are. Oh, come on, Janet Reno was hot.
I think it's something to do with they're rotten from the inside out, so by the time it happens, their outside is just rotted like their inside, kind of like a tomato.
The guy that threw in the comment about Janet Reno being hot. Yep, I bet she is.
Well, look at how hot Hillary looked to the other one that likes to smoke cigars.
The walking humidor.
You can see why Bill was confused a little bit on which one to choose.
What's the matter? Don't you like chubby chicks, Harry?
Oh, Jim, that's the cat's meow, baby.
I'd rather not go into the cat subject. I have 4 pregnant kitties.
Make sure you have the sweet and sour sauce.
Jim, you didn't have anything to do with them, did you?
Oh, that's just wrong.
Yeah, that's completely uncalled for.
Oh, you never know.
Imagine that's coming from your friend saying that, Jim.
Oh, Jim, I'm only kidding you. You know that.
Are you?
Possum, you remember the James Bond movies?
Well, I am getting a little older, but I faintly remember Ian Fleming and James Bond. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you remember the one hot chick that was James Bond's attaché was called Pussy Galore, and that's your new handle there now.
Oh, she had a whole flight. Yep, girls that flew aircraft.
Yeah.
James Bond used to like to eat pussy. He was always, remember one movie, Octopussy? He ate pussy.
Yeah, if you ever noticed, there was a lot of Octopussy and Pussy Galore. There was a lot of that in his movies, and 8 NZM11.
Sean Connery was a badass. I like Sean Connery.
He was the best, wasn't he? Cafe D.
Imagery Wireless. Well, didn't he have a girlfriend, Ivana Humpalot?
Lucky bastard.
Must have been that Scottish accent.
He was in one movie and had an Irish brogue.
Yeah, most of the people from the Isles are a mixture.
Darby O'Gillis and the Little People.
You can't call them little people now. That wouldn't be politically correct.
Small little bastards that get under my feet, though when I fart at the grocery store, they have to jump.
No.
Oh, yeah. It's great at the grocery store. You rip one and up when he's behind you.
Jim. You said, speaking of heavy women, do you or your wife ever watch that? What was it called? 1,000-Pound Sisters? Did you ever watch that?
I try to dash by that as quickly as possible, and the answer is no.
Me and you. My wife had it on. She watched it. I just happened to sit down and I mean, wow. That one woman, she's over, I don't know, what, 900 pounds or 1,000 pounds? Holy crap!
Yeah, lots of it.
Wow, is she big? My God, I didn't think somebody can get that big.
Harry,
Yeah, Bob.
I'll bet you watched that one with the girl there in the Carolinas called My Big Fat Fabulous Life.
No, I never watched that one.
This is getting disturbing.
Isn't it? Harry, you seem like you had issues over there.
Hey, both you guys.
What? Tissues? I have a whole box of tissues for my issues. Leave me alone.
Now, it's going to take more than tissues.
Okay. Handy wipes. The blue ones, the shop towels, right, Bob? They're very durable.
Oh, yeah, you can reuse them.
Yeah, because I watched that once with my wife. I'm like, holy crap, how do they even live? You know what I mean? They can't even, oh my God, they can't even get out of bed. How do they feed themselves? Somebody has to have it trucked in, you know?
How do they take care of their toiletry issues?
They go in a bucket.
What? A freaking piece of 4x8 plywood with a hole cut in it. That's the only thing that would suffice them. Wow. Oh. To let yourself go, you know? And then you see them all excited when they drop down like 20 pounds or something. Holy crap.
I don't watch them, Harry, so, you know.
Yeah, they ain't into him.
It actually shocked me to see somebody that big. Wow.
Harry, them fat girls need loving too.
Well, I don't doubt that. Geez, she got guys that want to date her. I don't know how much she's paying, but yeah, unless it's just all prone for TV, I guess. You know, I don't think I'd be able to.
Yeah, you just gotta make them pay more.
I think Harry'd probably go nuts if he saw Lizzo.
Who?
Lizzo.
Who's Lizzo?
I really don't want to sick you onto her, Harry, because, you know, it might ruin your marriage.
There's always room for another.
Well, Joe, I just ordered me another
1,000 rounds of 224 bullets.
Stop it. You're making me all upset. I'm getting excited over here.
Oh, boy. I know, Laura. Laura just keeps burning my ammo up. She loves to shoot.
That would take a woman shooting with you when she gets pissed off. You might be the target.
Well, I tell you, the way she shoots, I'd hate to be her target.
See, anybody
You can bet your ass if you get back in the corner, she'll come shooting out of it for you.
So I don't mind taking people.
And my old lady is a dead-eye man with a 38. I'd be afraid. If she was pissed off at me, I'd be very
Then
afraid.
start on the outside and try to hit the little pieces on the outside like at the fair you used to do with a BB gun.
Yeah, shoot the star out.
Yep, that's kind of what I love to do with the target. Or I go to the gun range and I'll pick up a bunch of 22 targets that people have been shooting because they can't shoot worth crap. So you take them and you throw them out there on the range and you blow a hole right in the center.
Now, Joe, they make those BB guns now that are full automatic where you can shoot the star out yourself.
Yeah, but I like the 45. This has more fun. I don't think I could shoot a BB gun.
You mean like those things on the midway where they're hooked up to an air supply and you just let her loose?
Good music.
Yep, that's it. Only these use the CO2 cartridges, Mitch. Those air guns have been around for a long, long time.
This is AC1DD. I'm back. Thanks for holding my place.
Yeah, well, I have one of those DPMSs, and it's a blast to shoot, Plymouth Joe.
Yeah. But at least it's cheap on ammo, right?
Oh, my, yeah.
That's an interesting subject. We could talk about that, too. Women that do manly things.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do this.
Women that do manly things.
I'm sure it's my fault. KM4WCI, all ID.
Well, that's, that people have studied that. Women that like doing manly things like hunting and shooting usually are because the man in their life is, how could I say, maybe not performing like a man, so... It's a known phenomenon. It's evolutionary pressure. That when a woman was with sort of a girly sort of man, that the women pick up manly characteristics. Over.
Do they grow dicks?
No, I don't think they grow anything. I think they just start doing functioning like the man normally would.
Excuse me, Mr. Soda Midget.
That's well studied, by the way, and they say that's just purely evolutionary pressure.
Excuse me, Mr. Soda Midget.
So when you get out on AM radio and you talk about, your girlfriend / wife / whatever, shooting and hunting and bow and arrowing and stuff, you're kind of going against the grain there a little bit. Just a little bit. Look it up.
And who really gives a shit what he thinks?
Well, it's science. It's science there,
I was told not to talk to Chicago.
It's science. I mean, what do you guys got against science?
Talking, not doing, I just...
Well, think about it.
It ain't them, Tim.
Think about it. It makes perfect sense. Hey, you're in the wilderness, many thousands of years ago, and the only thing you're doing is cooking. The woman is normally cooking, keeping the fire going, maybe doing a little gathering of mostly vegetables and things like that, fruits. And the man is going out and, you know, he's very manly.
I mean,
and he's
listen to
hunting
this
and
bullshit.
bringing back the deer and the elk and, you know, all the manly things. But something happens to the man. And they are very isolated, right? So if evolutionary pressure wasn't there, they would just die off. They would die off, their children would die, so there wouldn't be, so they wouldn't survive. So what happens is, over time, the women develop this technique where when the man sort of fails in the manly area, you know, the women start actually taking up hunting and, you know, doing all that manly type stuff. And that increases their probability of survival. So it's very evolutionary. It's there. You could see it. You ever seen you see these couples together, and every once in a while you'll see a couple where you got a little old guy, and you've got a younger, much beefier, manlier type of woman, and that's how it works. It's just it's science, guys. Come on.
Excuse me, Mr. Santa Midget.
I mean, it's science. Why? Haven't you guys ever studied evolutionary processes?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, see? You show me a woman that knows how to shoot and hunt, and I'll show you a little shriveled up old guy.
There you go. He hasn't evolved yet.
You've heard of Professor Stewart?
We can't show you a woman because you don't have one.
It's very common. I mean, just look it up. Look it up.
Excuse me, Mr.
This is
Santa
AC1DD. I'm just trying to add the scientific viewpoint to a lot of this BS that's out here.
His boyfriend's still in charge of nuclear waste.
No, I was here before, sir.
That's a
I was here before
possibility,
since
Joe.
the Eastern Regional Pansy Net signed off.
Excuse me, Mr. Santa Midget. Can you please leave this frequency and let the men talk?
Yeah, like this one right here. Could you imagine studying that thing? What do you think you would find?
Excuse me, Mr. Coke Bottle Glasses. Can you please leave this frequency?
Oh, Lord. I mean, it makes perfect sense from an evolutionary point of view. If the
Joe,
man
you know that
gets
was
stuck
funny.
in neutral,
That was funny.
the woman butches up, as they say. It's kind of a street term.
The frequency, please.
Joe,
The woman kind of butches up. You know what I mean?
Joe, just want to admit now that was kind of funny.
Well, I don't know what I didn't hear what they said.
You heard them.
Oh, I didn't.
Everybody heard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I was talking. I'm just saying that when men go down in masculinity, women go up in masculinity. It has to happen.
Masculinity.
I bet your wife had a
What
say
happens
that.
if he goes down on a man? Does the man's masculinity go up or down?
I'd say the guys that worry about it incessantly, those are the ones to keep your eye on, Joe. Kind of like what you're doing.
Sounds good.
I bet your wife
I mean,
had
but
a say,
I mean, you could say that you don't believe it, but doesn't it make sense? It makes perfect
What would
sense.
make sense, Joe, is the men that are really worried about it would be the ones to keep an eye on, like you.
Well, in the animal kingdom,
Well said, Will.
you could look at the male lions. You can look at the male lions, and you can learn a great deal about human behavior from male lions.
Whatever, Joe.
He's young, thank God.
I don't know why you're saying whatever.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. There was a great conversation going on, and I went and transmitted, and then here he came. So it's my bad.
Well, why are you apologizing? You know, that's a very feminine behavior, Will.
Well, I mean, if Joe, if you
feminine.
think I'm feminine, just come shake my hand.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you that you're so used to it, you don't notice it. It's
He
very
won't
feminine.
shake your hand.
I apologize.
I didn't feel like
I apologize. I'm so sorry.
she brought that wood in. I'm like, holy crap. And later on that night, I had a little vaginal itching, so he could be right.
Did you have wood later?
No, she carried all the wood in. She picked up where I left off. But that night, I had a little vaginal itching. So, you know what I mean? I got some stuff that she had, I put on, and it went away.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's really nice to know that your partner there has got some issues down there. That's really nice. Oh, by the way, we can discuss that, too.
Well, no, you know, like the topic is, when feminism goes down, masculinity goes up, it works both ways with a woman. Like I said, my wife carried the wood in, and I got some vaginal itching, so you're correct.
Yeah, but then you said you had to use, so, you know, people that have that, women that have that problem usually have multiple partners. I'm not trying to tell you anything specific to your relationship, but, you know.
You would know, Joe.
What the heck's a multiple partner? What the heck is that?
We don't know what the hell he's talking about at this
When he
point.
has multiple men.
Oh, well, I misgendered myself many a times. I never had
Oh, you
any
can look
problems.
that up. I mean, again,
I
that's
think he let
science.
something slip.
You start having those problems down there, it's highly correlated to multiple partners.
She doesn't have any correlation down there. I checked. Don't forget the plus now. I don't know what that means, but there's going to be a minus there, too, because if there's a plus, there has to be a minus. And then there's an equal sign that's going to have to come after that to solve the equation.
What's the phrase I'm looking for? Out of the mouths of babes.
I want you, Joe.
That sounds sick. That sounds like somebody that's sick.
I want to have
Even the smartest men are still seeking the wise one.
You guys have to admit, you've seen couples like that. You've seen couples where the woman is like very manly and the guy is like real timid. You know, he's usually kind of skinny and he's terribly unassertive. You know, he won't what's that phrase? He won't say he's got a mouthful of, you know what, whatever.
Yeah, with
You know, you've seen couples like that. AC1DD.
Here's what I can't understand. How come when two women like each other, one has to take on a persona to look like a guy? They suppress their boobies and they shorten their hair up and they wear like man pants and stuff. What the heck?
It's the same thing, Harry. It's the same thing. It's evolutionary pressure. There has to be a masculine character in the couple.
Something's wrong upstairs, though.
It's not. I've seen it before, and there was a couple who lived in my neighborhood, and the one was always climbing the ladder and, you know, painting up high and doing all of the manly stuff, and the other one would be always, you know, on the ground and maybe holding the ladder.
I'd like to have that myself. Yeah, I'd like her to bring the ladder along, too. Mine's in bad shape.
Which one were you, Joe?
When it comes to Betty Bye time...
Very funny, Wilma.
Did you like that?
Yeah.
Does she have?
Yeah, there you go. That's the most important thing.
Oh, but what Harry just mentioned is another example of what I was talking about.
Yeah, when you go to bed, you got the same parts. How the hell does that work?
See them come down that ladder and their boobies bounce on their rungs as she comes down.
You gotta get one of those. It's easy, Bobby.
Settle down.
There's a pocket pussy with two holes.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Evening, Mike. Where you been?
Hello, Michael.
Trying to keep my sanity, Bob. Good evening to Bob, Possum, Joe, Harry, whoever else is out there. Only the human people, though.
Yeah, we were calling you out earlier.
You won't talk to the Jewish people out here. But by Jewish, I mean Jew-ish.
Hey, in 4WCF.
You mean Jesus is here, too? I know we had the devil earlier, so Jesus has to be here, too, then.
And 8MZM.
KB3YL and 1F. KDD.
PA1, Joe's Big Erection. I have a big tower in the backyard, Harry.
Oh, God. You know, this ham radio stuff, this is better than sliced bread, I'll tell you what.
I tell you what.
You have a rigid mess.
That is a good idea.
What's that?
Excuse me.
You know how they're growing cells in artificial medium now? If you could grow a tower out of connective tissue, you could just stroke it and let it go up and flip it and look it down, and you could service your antenna.
50-foot tower?
Yeah, but you get your yard all wet.
Like one of those foreskins they had against the IRS.
What the hell?
Well, I knew a kid that was born without eyelids, and they used his foreskin. But he was cockeyed a little bit for eyelids, but he was okay.
Cockeyed?
When he rubbed his eyes, he couldn't see anymore.
He was cockeyed. Get it?
They say that men that don't get circumcised, they have better, I don't know, sexual pleasure because all that extra corpuscles that are in that skin, you know, we're missing that.
When Joe's around.
Hey, you need to ask K1LEM about that.
Joe, you
Say ball guys are more virile, so don't believe what you hear.
Is Joe circumcised?
Sir, you're going to hurt your vocal cords.
Come on, Joey. You can tell us, Joey. We don't care too much. We like fodder midgets. We love you, Joey.
Oh, man.
You're our favorite midget.
It's the same voice. Man, doesn't that hurt your nuts talking like that?
You can run it through your computer and come up with a voice like that.
That gotta hurt his scrotum to talk like that all the time. No, really.
I don't have a scrotum.
If he has one, but holy crap.
Just run it through the computer.
I'm not a computer.
All right, stop it already.
Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you.
I like it.
No, you don't.
Sounds awesome.
Those are the flies that fly around that guy.
Man, you gotta start using some Raid or Skin Cell Soft to keep them bugs away.
And stop having shit all over your penis and they'll be the fun. You can't keep having that stuff on you without attracting flies.
Harry. What? Well, I answered you, and you're not man enough to come back to me, so shit on you.
Ooh. A little rough on the beaver, aren't you there, Harry?
Beaver?
Yeah, a little rough on the poor beaver. Oops.
So what'd you do today, Michael? What'd you do? Wow, interesting.
I didn't do anything today, Harry. I'm resting up to go eat oysters tomorrow.
Oh.
Wow, oysters. Doesn't that do something for your sexual potency enhancement? Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah, that's why I'm going down to eat about 48 or 5 dozen tomorrow.
Man, if it isn't about foreskin, it's about oysters and how they... Jesus, that's all you talk about.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't gone there lately. You know.
You're scaring me, man. Stop talking like that.
Yeah.
Even the cat's starting to look good. Strike that, reverse it.
Harry,
Yeah, Bob.
I'm just going to eat them because I enjoy it. I don't care about the sexual thing.
Hey, Harry.
Bob, to be honest with you, everybody here, I never even ate an oyster. I don't even, you can pull one from me, I don't even know what the hell it is. What do they taste like? Is it like a clam or something?
Meow.
It's got a little different taste of its own. Some people like them, and a lot of people don't, but I do.
I live on the coast, and I don't eat those.
Hey, I like them fried, breaded and fried, but they're kind of like the chicken liver of the seafood world. Over.
Bob, are they pre-cooked? Are they raw? Are they slimy? They I saw them on TV and, in brochures and stuff, but they look like they're slimy.
Yeah, you can eat them like that.
Yeah, they are. Harry, you can eat them raw. You can deep fry them with a batter. You can steam them. You can do anything.
Do they taste like a clam at all? Because I ate clams before. Do they taste something like that or no?
No, completely different.
They're kind of like if a chicken liver came from the ocean.
No, Mike, I never ate an oyster in my life, no.
Oh, oyster Rockefellers good, aren't they, Mike?
Man, you gotta get out, Harry.
Yeah, Mike, that's true.
A friend of mine that's a ham operator that lives right around the corner. He has oyster beds, and I've never tried those damn things.
Yeah, I'd get them breaded and fried before I'd eat them raw,
Oh, I hear hog on the gala in there. That's the Jewish national anthem.
Are we supposed to stand up and salute or something to that, or no?
Makes me want to dance.
Yeah.
That sounds Russian to me.
Two Jews are standing on the corner. One Jew looks at the other as a pretty girl goes by and says, "Man, I'd like to screw her." The other one looks at him and says, "Out of what?"
This is AC1DD.
Give me two.
I have a sneaking suspicion this is being played for the benefit of Michael.
All right, Mike, you triggered him.
I just want to cook the Khazarian Jews, not the normal ones. But that's most of them.
Shalom.
He's loud and proud.
Shalom. Is that Jewish shalom?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that to one of them, Harry.
All right, what does it mean? It means hello or goodbye or something?
No, that's not what it means. I mean, you really don't want to say that.
What's it mean?
It starts with a fuck and ends with a U, I think.
Really?
No. You hear it on TV, shalom. Or something like that, no?
Harry, was you down doing the squat dance like the Russians when the music was playing?
Oh, God, no, Bob. My legs are too long. I could never do that. I end up on my ass.
I was.
I can't either. My back drags.
I kind of got into it.
And that's bad if it drags, especially on a wooden floor for the splinters. Oh, yeah.
You get problems like that, too?
The problem is getting someone to pick them out.
Oh, my God. Poor you got saggy bags.
That's like me, man. I zipped it. I caught a caught in my zipper earlier today. I said to myself, that's it. No more boots.
I know the problem well.
Well, you can go and have a bag tuck, can
You know, guys, there's an old axiom amongst us hill people. Goes something like this: first liar doesn't stand a chance.
And that is so true. And 8MZM30.
F80.
Lose Mike again.
I probably went to get a cup.
No, I'm here. I'm multitasking. I'm talking to the wife, too.
Yeah, Doc's my hero.
Bedtime. And Joe, I can't believe you live on the ocean there and haven't eaten oysters.
I don't eat any seafood. No lobster, no clams. Never tried clams, lobsters, oysters, no.
I know you've said that before, and you need to move to out in the Midwest where there's nothing but beef.
I'd be good with that, man, but I love the ocean because I love to go fishing. I don't eat what I catch, but I love the ocean. I don't eat.
Do you have a boat?
Maybe fish and chips at a restaurant somewhere real quick, but that's only occasionally. And what I do is I put so much tartar sauce on it that I'm really eating tartar sauce with fish.
I like soaking in the ocean water myself.
Yeah, I like going in the ocean.
Well, best way I found to make a lobster, my buddy taught me a long time ago. You take a cookie sheet, you put the oven on broil, put the rack up high, take the lobster out of the tail, turn the tail upside down, put about a half-inch of water in the cookie sheet, make sure it's a deep cookie sheet, put the meat on top of the shell, and put it on broil. And watch it, I forget how long, 10, 15 minutes? Oh, baby. Don't ever boil lobster. You boil all the flavor out of it,
Yeah, you wouldn't want to boil it for 10, 15 minutes, probably about 5 minutes, Harry.
Steam it in the pressure cooker, right?
Yeah, that's the way to do it, boy. It's good. I like lobster. I ate that before. That's good. With draw butter. Oh, we got to have that draw butter.
You need steak. You gotta have steak with your lobster. Otherwise, you're a girl.
I just like steak. Steak is good.
I like girls.
Girls are good.
That's a different kind of meat.
That's the dessert party. Dessert is good.
I like Jill.
You're not good.
Did you ever hear that expression? Fishy, fishy in the brook. Daddy catch him with the hook. Mama fry him in the pan. Baby eat him like a man.
He's mine.
I think Betty Boop there's got a thing for shekel grouper.
Thank God.
Birds of a feather, they flock together.
That's a good name, though, Jim. Betty Boop.
Can't be
Only thing is, man, I don't know. Make sure you don't hit poor Betty Boop.
Betty Boop's gonna get him where he poops.
She already did.
With the abnormal stick. She's gonna dance him around.
Oh, here we go. It's a hard knock life.
If I wanna reach bad, blah, 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 blah.
And Carol Burnett. Good movie.
Boy, Joe, you called that one out even before they got 8 syllables out of the instrument.
I can name that in 3 myself. I love doing that type of stuff, man. I used to play that all the time on a CD.
Carol Burnett.
Oh, man.
driving me crazy.
Oh, we've got a broadcaster that just can't resist.
Don't it feel like
man,
the
please
windows
stop.
howling? Don't it seem like there's never any light? Once you're dead, don't you want to throw the towel in? It's easier than putting up a fight. Sounds like Joe and Donnie are having a party. No one cares if you grow or if you drink. No one tries to throw the thing. Gonna find you in
I love sound of music. I like the sound of music. So long, farewell.
and Sally bye. Bye, Sally bye. Oh, tomorrow bye. No, tomorrow bye.
Poor person. It's a hard knock life for them.
No one cares for you. Honestly, when you're in that hard Monday, it's a hard knock life.
Bars must have closed early tonight.
The meeting got out early.
Joe and Donnie are having a party.
I can't wait till the weather gets warmer. I get to take my little Fiat Spider convertible out for a ride. I put my wife in the back, and we get our kite out. You know, we go flying a kite. That's nice.
You better watch it. You may have to fix it again before you can do that.
Hey, leave that little car alone. It ain't a fix it again Tony car.
Beep, beep.
Well, I hate to say it, Mike, but out here in PA, I got the only one. I don't see any of them on the road. It's a 1982 124 Spider red with mags, you know what I mean? I did some work to it. Sexy looking car. All the women there, they want to dive in. But anyway, I don't see one around. No, there's, usually when you get a car or a truck or whatever, when you start driving it, oh, there's one. Hey, there's another one. I see none at all.
Why don't you get one of those $1,000?
This is AC1DD.
No, I don't want no Chinese battery-operated toy cars.
Why not?
Because you rub them, you know how many times you have to rub them on the rug to make them go?
Well, if they were made out of connective tissue.
Yeah, we can get a car to clone itself.
Did you say you were going to fly your kite?
Yeah, the back of the convertible. I put the wife in the back, and she's, it's a professional kite. You can guide it and steer it, and as we're going, we fly it. Well, you have to drive in the right vicinity. You can't have any power lines or poles, but
Why not?
well, you lose the kite that way.
It may be a white.
The dogs get a kick out of it.
Use metal.
It looks like a fire hydrant.
Yeah, little Larry loves it, though.
Little Harry?
No, little Larry, my little Dachshund, I adopted him. His name was Larry. He's already 9 years old, so I didn't want to confuse the little bugger and try to rename him, so I call him Larry. What he came with.
Is that the dog that he pulls over when he takes his leg up?
No, poor Larry, the son of a gun. I don't know. They neutered him. I don't know. He doesn't. He lifts his leg, but he sort of stands and just picks his leg up. Now my other dog, Schnitzel, he had a full set. Okay, he would lift his leg up like real high and hey, look at me, But this one don't.
And 8 ends at M40.
Karen's moving into my neighborhood who want to neuter dogs and ship them. Nothing wrong with these people. I'm thinking they're Khazarian Jews.
I used to do that before arthritis set in.
You went to the laboratory?
I asked the woman, I says, would you want to be sterilized and shit?
Both their recipients should be.
Personally, I think we should give them all Muslim circumcision.
Throw them off the roof?
Yeah, well,
No.
how come when a woman goes
Not
in...
much, huh? You know what a Muslim circumcision is? They do it to women, Joe.
How come when a woman goes into some facility to get an abortion, how come they don't sterilize that woman when they're done and say, okay, you're here for this reason, you don't want the child, that's wrong to begin with, but they should make that mandatory that if you don't want the child and you're going to take its life, we shouldn't allow you to have any more. No?
No.
I got a better idea, Harry. If you take the child's life, you go with it.
No.
Yes.
Gotta knock that off, man. These women are slutbags, and they like to have a bunch of kids.
Now, here's the rub, Joe. Here's the rub. If you want to abort the child, you can abort the child, but you got to abort yourself at the same time.
I just look at it like, thank you for doing us the favor, people.
No, I can't get behind that at all. Zero tolerance.
Yeah, I was always taught it doesn't take a man to make a kid, it takes a man to keep a kid.
Well, she can give it to you, and you can put it in your stomach. She can put it in you, and you can put it in your stomach.
I got that, Fred.
What's that?
There's absolutely no wiggle room. It's a life. Murder.
Yeah, everything's murder. I mean, think about what we do for Christianity and what Muslims do and whatever. Everything's murder. We put people to death when they do crimes. I mean, how can you be behind that but not this? I just don't, some of it, I just don't believe once they're beyond a certain couple weeks, you know what I mean? If you can show me that the first week or something like that maybe, but there comes a point it gets ridiculous.
Yeah, that baby's innocent there. That's the difference.
From day one, from 1 second after conception, it's a murder.
But he wants to hang people.
No, I like to burn people like you.
I know you do, but you're too much of a coward.
No, I just don't have I didn't whip up a batch of napalm.
No, you're a coward. A big mouth coward.
And you're such a big man.
You're a big mouth coward, and that's all you do is talking to your microphone.
Says the guy that spends 24 hours a day on his.
But I'm not the one advertising that people should be hanged. That's what he does.
That's the penalty for treason. Hanging or firing squad, and you don't get to choose.
What's treason? I would say you've made treasonous statements out here.
He thinks he's a cool contrarian, but he's just a two-bit faggot.
There you go again. You always have to get back to that.
Well, you are a faggot.
Says the little beta male that takes orders from a fat cow.
Yes, but a faggot.
You're a loser, Mike. You're a bum.
I still got my wife and my family, Joe. You want to tell us about yours?
Absolutely. What do you want to know?
How many times did you beat her? You're such a big guy, you know you got to hit a woman. You're the lowest form of life on the planet.
Well, that's because you're stupid and you believe lies. But that's normal for you. You just don't have a very good brain. You're a loser. You got married when you were what? You had kids when you were in your 40s. That's failure to thrive, boy. How's that son of yours doing?
Excuse me.
How's that son of yours doing there, Mikey?
Let the man talk.
Oh, he's doing great. You should talk to Mike about his son and the words out of his own wife's mouth. This guy's a total bum. That's the reason he's on ham radio and he likes to talk big, because his real life is a zero.
That must be why I'm on here too.
Bonson, if he only knew, he's such a faggot, grasping at straws.
Yeah, see again, that gay thing.
Yeah, that's because you are gay. Just listen to yourself.
You call everybody faggots and homos. I mean everybody.
Well, you and all the fairies that fly around you, what do you think you people are?
Maybe you need to look in the mirror.
Pedophiles. The lowest of the lowest of society.
Yeah, that's just slanderous, but that's not unusual for you.
Excuse me, Sino Midget. Can you leave this
Now,
with
Mike,
me,
just
please?
because he might like a young Nubian lad doesn't mean...
Oh, he's just thinking about it, Possum, huh? He's not acting?
Well, there's something wrong with you guys. There really is. You know what it is? It all comes down to being married to these cows.
He should be.
Okay, it all comes down to being married to people that you don't find attractive, you feel trapped, so you lash out. You know what you need to do?
Did you call
Go
my
find
wife
somebody
Carol?
attractive that you want to be with.
Did you call my
Quit
wife a
suffering through this.
cow? Did you call my wife a cow?
Hey, that's what you guys need to do, is, broaden your horizons.
They let him out.
You need to, you're trapped.
Does not have 4 tits.
Homosexuality is a mental disease. It always was and it always will be.
Okay, then who are you diagnosing? Yourself?
And I don't need a milking stool.
Are you diagnosing yourself there, Mikey?
Jim.
I mean, you call everyone you don't like a faggot. Now, you know that can't be true statistically. You can't. That can't be true statistically, right?
Again, I hope the spring don't pop up.
AC1DD.
Yeah, it's helpful.
Stir it up,
You're
man.
doing well.
Stir it.
Well, everybody knows that. He calls everyone he doesn't like a faggot or a homo or a
Stir it
pedo.
up, Joe.
It just comes out of his mouth, but he knows statistically that's not true. So what's up with that?
Joey, are you a faggot?
It's a way to appear butch.
I'm sure you'll be proudly represented.
It's a way for him to say, see how manly I am? I call other men faggots.
Stir the
I don't even know what they are. And that's what he does.
KFADD.
And it comes from an inferiority complex, and it's related to the male-female interchange. And that is very true. Think about it. The reason he tries to be manly by calling other men faggot is because he's failing in the male department, okay? And so he's trying to elevate himself by calling other men faggots when he has no idea.
Radio room.
I'm just telling you the truth. An analyst would just tear this guy apart.
He's right about it when he calls you a faggot, Joe.
Hey, shut up, hillbilly. Don't you have your sister to go screw?
Now, that's some tough words, man. That's hurtful language.
That's very hurtful to me also.
You know what? I'm a hillbilly. I'm pot hillbilly. And that's hurtful.
Behind that microphone.
Yeah, but I'd be a big man if you were standing in front of me, hillbilly.
Vegan faggot.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, then why don't you make your move?
You won't be able to.
Come on, make your move, hillbilly. I am kind of bored.
I'm not. Come on, man.
I don't want to hear any crying afterwards, though. No tag backs.
It's very hurtful.
Oh, boy.
No tag backs. N2LYM calls everyone he doesn't like a faggot and a homo and a pedo.
Between a
The
hillbilly
reason he does that is because he thinks it makes him butch. It makes him manly. Makes him a manly man. Why does he have that inferiority? Because he's failing in that department.
Exactly.
I would say he's probably impotent. My guess would be N2LYM is impotent. And that's why he comes out, and he thinks it makes him look butch. The problem is everybody sees what he's doing. Even his own friends have said, man, you call everybody a faggot. He's even called Plymouth Joe a faggot. N2LYM actually called Plymouth Joe a faggot twice.
Kilo November
And he
4,
takes it, which that's beyond me, but
Well,
it's
maybe
his
you're
business.
really a faggot.
N2LYM called Plymouth Joe a faggot when he got into an argument with him. And he doesn't back down. He just said, you're a faggot, Joe. Okay, I guess that's okay, whatever.
Are you a faggot?
I think he meant you were the faggot. I don't know. I don't think he was talking to me when he said that. That's why I accepted it, because I think he meant you.
No, you know what he said, but you put your tail between your legs. That was a big mistake.
Come on now.
That was a big mistake, Joe. You really went down a notch in the group when you ate that one. It's all about group dynamics. And you see,
Sometimes things aren't worth an arguing when people just don't say things at the time they actually mean.
oh, really? He didn't mean to call you a faggot?
I imagine.
Yeah, he did. He did mean it because he got upset with you. And he almost got upset with you just a minute ago when you said, well, abortion, it's probably okay under certain conditions. He was getting close. He was getting close.
And the other one was your mama. Those were fighting words.
Okay, Mike, your mama. Are you going to fight me?
Uh-oh.
No,
Your mama.
Show up on my doorstep and
Are you a
I
faggot,
got to travel to
Joey?
you. Oh, okay.
Why can't we all just get along?
Because he's a piece of shit.
Oh, I am getting
He's 100 piece of shit. This guy is low.
Yeah, but you're the one that's got all the flies flying around you.
He's going to call him a queer. You're a queer. Everybody's a queer that I don't like. They're all queer.
Where's your little pet Marxist queer?
Oh, AAAKB, maybe I'll give him a call. Are you out there, Mike? Over?
Yeah.
AAKB, AC1DD. Thanks for inviting him in. That's great.
I'm going anyway, Joe. I don't give a shit what the hell you do. You ever think about that?
Yeah, go. Get out of here. I'm running you out of here.
You ain't running nothing out of here, faggot.
There you go, faggot. I'm a faggot again.
Yeah, otherwise I pass my PPT.
Wow, that's really brave of you. Anti-Semite.
It's my anti-Joe denial system.
Jew hater.
If you can't hear him, he can't insult you.
Jew hater. Anti-Semite. And a coward.
Anyway, you just got to consider the source.
That's right, I do. I try to consider the source. He's mentally damaged. That Plymouth Joe's a real puss.
They have nothing left. That's what that means.
Have nothing left. That's why they call people faggots. That's why they call them Bolsheviks, because they don't have any balls. They're an anti-Semite, but they don't have any balls. They're a Bolshevik, right, Mikey?
I don't believe it's spelled that way. I'm an anti-dentite. That's why I don't have any teeth.
Oh, you bastard. You're an anti-dentite. You've seen Seinfeld. I like that episode.
Aryan mobsters, the ones that sacrifice children to Belial.
Oh, yeah, they really do. That's well documented, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what blood libel's all about.
Yeah, that's right. You're into that.
I am back.
Who's I am?
Mitch.
Mitch?
Oh.
I think Joe is Mitch's bitch.
What?
Joe is Mitch's bitch.
Why would you say that?
Because he likes it, Mitch.
I don't. Anyways, the antenna's okay so far.
The wind got to be stopped blowing by now. I mean, it's still blowing?
Yeah, it's blowing hard, man. It's blowing like 50 miles an hour.
It's raining here.
I can hear the tree branches smashing against the house and the roof.
I just went outside and let the dog do its thing. Holy crap, I got 3 inches of ice out there. Little pellets, snow. Oh, crap.
Yeah, I have a metal roof, so the snow keeps blowing off of it. And it's hitting the lower roof and it's making loud noises.
Man,
Hoping everything's not going to be covered in ice.
man, I'm going to wake up to a big mass tomorrow.
Well, earlier it was raining and snowing at the same time, so there's a lot of ice out there now.
I opened up the door, and my one dog looked at me and says, "Shit on you. You got to shovel that before I walk out there." So, and it came. What's it going to do now?
I got a sled dog, Harry. He doesn't give a shit if there's 3 feet out there.
Yeah, I know. I got these little half dogs here. Well, they're convenient, you know. They're nice. I got used to them. I had big dogs all my life. You the first time. Man, that little Larry, you know, he only got a ½ inch before he's dragging his transmission on the ground, so he ain't going out.
Don't let it dingle, dangle, dingle in the dirt.
Yeah, that too is one sung hung low.
Hey, let me ask you guys something. When you buy brand spanking new tubes for your amplifier, do you have to degas them?
Would you say, bitch? Double with Mike.
Oh, sorry about that. When you buy brand spanking new tubes for your amplifier, do you have to degas them like 811s?
No, not if they're new.
Huh?
Not if they're new.
Oh.
Yeah, they just couldn't get it when they made them.
Well, Pencil Labs made them, and they're sending them to me, and they'll be here tomorrow. I just don't want to stick them in the amplifier and just fire down on it right away.
This is AC1DD.
Damage to it or something.
I don't know. Is that a grounded grid amplifier, or do you have to neutralize it?
I don't know. It's an it's an Amatron 811.
It's grounded grid.
Yeah, just plug them in and go.
Oh, okay.
They'll be fine.
Okay.
NAQPC.
You guys are going to hear a big difference tomorrow night.
I hope so. We really need it.
Ooh.
I'm really that bad? I thought I was doing okay.
No, you're 15, 20 over down here, bitch.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's what you guys are here.
You know, you're doing well, but you could be doing better at times.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that, do you like face away from the microphone or something? Because sometimes you're so low I can barely hear you.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes, when I was just talking to you before, I was looking the other way from the microphone.
You can't do that.
Okay.
Not expect us to understand what you're saying.
That's an
All
old
right,
call
very cool.
trick. They pick up the microphone and they key up while it's on the dash and talk.
I gotta get off here. My power just went down. Cafe DD, good night all.
How are you?
Good night, Possum.
Yeah, good night, Possum. Good to
We'll see you.
Lithium iron phosphate batteries. Catch you later.
Good night, Tim 73s. I hope it ain't out long for you. All right, tell Grandma I said hi. Pet the cats, man. Catch you tomorrow.
NAQPC.
Short? Yeah, over to the braking station. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Victor Echo 3, Delta Julie Zulu. Huey in Thomas, Ontario, Canada. How you guys doing?
Wow, far out.
Second order did you fine, and now you fade it down to the noise floor. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Yeah, what about you guys? Yeah, whereabouts are you?
I'm in northwest New Jersey, not far from the Pennsylvania border.
All right, I'm in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada.
Far out.
Yeah, we got some friends in Canada.
Yeah, you're doing a good trip down here.
All right. DX station.
Snow goes on all the time.
Yeah, we got a big snowstorm down here in Canada.
Man, everybody's getting snow but me.
Oh, we're getting it down here big time. We're about 23 centimeters so far.
We're supposed to have
below
7
down here. We got
inches
plenty
by
of rain.
morning.
Here you go bragging again, Mitch.
So is my girlfriend.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow, that's true, though.
Too cold here.
I wasn't bragging, but yeah, it is true.
And the worst is, half-inch of ice with snow on top.
That's been known to happen.
So it's snowing over there in Jersey and QPC over in Detroit.
Your radio sounds a little off.
A little off.
Before, now it's a mixed.
I hear you on that. We got plenty of it here.
But we're getting away with murder so far this year. Thank God for global warming.
I hear you on that. All right, I was just nosy. I wondered if you guys getting anything in Jersey.
What exactly is global warming?
Global warming is that warm feeling you get in your pants when you fart.
Oh.
I thought that would be global cooling.
No, that's localized global warming. It's man-made heat.
I thought global warming is when you sat on your sack.
Yeah, it's code for a global slush fund for the elite.
There you go. It's all about separating you from your money. They couldn't give two shits about climate change.
That's right.
Just like our wonderful president, instead of visiting the people of Palestine, Ohio after that tragic accident and telling them that, we're with you, we feel for you guys, he goes to check on his bribe money in the Ukraine instead. The real president, Trump, went down to Ohio.
And they just gave them another $400 million to make sure that their government is running okay.
Wow.
Make sure their pension funds and their government continues to run properly.
Wow.
I wonder if Biden blew the queer Jew when he was there.
Too bad they didn't run a missile up his ass.
I don't think I'd want to pay taxes if I was living over in there, where all that stuff went off and all that crap and the trains. I mean, how the hell can you be over there like that in Palestine and want to pay taxes when you just looked on TV and seen Biden giving $400 million to the Ukraine?
You didn't hear what Pete Buttigieg said? He said that you're a homophobe if you won't drink rainbow water.
Well, he does.
Let's put all the homos there to drink up all that rainbow water.
What a scumbags, man. Just how come everybody in this administration, they're either some minority or gay or transgender? I mean, there's just too many of them. How come they don't have a few normal people?
Because those are minorities.
It's what they are. They're being represented properly.
It really is, man.
Super Freak. Remember that song?
I like this nuclear secretary that was stealing the luggage.
Could you imagine?
You know what kind of money these people make?
That freak. They put that freak in charge of our nuclear waste. And, you know, that tells everything, doesn't it? Oh, my God.
I bet they're all making at least $250,000 each a year.
Oh, sure.
Does it scare you if someone's gay?
It's no skin off their nose because we pay it.
Does it scare you if someone's gay?
Wow.
Only if they're not dead.
I can
What's the
kill
matter
that.
with you?
It must scare you.
You're so flamboyant like that idiot in
What
charge
is the
of
matter with
nuclear
you?
waste.
Does it scare you if someone is gay?
Wow.
I mean, you sound really scared.
Of the Ukraine.
What are you afraid of?
As independent.
Promoted to that position of incompetence.
What are you afraid of?
With that friggin' queer faggot in charge of transportation.
What's wrong with it if he's gay? Does it scare you?
If they don't get qualified,
What is he going to do?
that's all it is.
Not much, apparently.
Well, why is he so afraid of gay people?
They're incompetent.
Yeah,
Well, there's no evidence that gay people are incompetent.
I mean, if you're gonna sit
Absolutely no evidence.
a big more of these or more of those,
So why does he always point out if they're gay? What difference does it make?
gay and transgender.
What difference does it make?
You have to have a proper amount.
What's the difference if they're gay?
I don't know. Ask the Democrats. Apparently it's important to them.
Well, I mean, but that's all that this N2LYM is talking about. He says he's incompetent, he's gay. I mean, there's no evidence that there's a correlation between being gay and being incompetent.
There's a big difference between being gay and being incompetent. You can be gay, but you can't be incompetent and be in charge.
Yeah, but that's all Mike is talking about is the fact that he's gay.
I could care less, man. I would let a gay doctor work on me if he was the best doctor.
Oh, Mike wouldn't.
I'd let a Jewish black gay doctor work on me if he was the best one for the
Sam,
job.
I need to start
Be a
recording.
little careful when he does that prostate exam, though.
You need to ask N2LYM if he would do that.
Recorder.
Ask him, Plymouth Joe, ask N2LYM if he would allow that.
You know, everybody has their opinions, and, you know...
Alexa, record now.
But there's a big difference. That opinion is based on race or sexual preference. Those are illegal.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Different. But you certainly can have a view of somebody.
You can have a view, but you can't come out and give hate
Based on sexual preference. That's called your own convictions. Boy, that boy's got messed up in the mind. He must really empathize with him. It must be his closet guy. Are you a homo?
I hope you get arrested tomorrow. We'll see if we can get your call sign.
You like my call sign?
Test, yeah, it's working.
This is AC1DD trying to clear up all the declares
It's
the
working.
beach out here.
Test.
I mean, there are clear lines here, guys, but you don't seem to understand that.
That's all I'm saying. I don't know. It's, I'm actually, actually have a water too refreshing. Gee, I don't know. Is it working, Joe?
I'm just saying, N2LYM. Every time he talks about the Secretary of Transportation, the first thing he says is he calls him a gay faggot. That's what he always says.
That's because that is what he is.
Yeah, but that's what he degrades him on. He doesn't talk about his ability to be a Secretary of Transportation.
I'm selling airtime. If anybody wants to buy some advertising on this transmitter,
He has no knowledge of his performance. He's discriminating against him on the basis of his sexual preference.
I mean, I'm selling.
That is
Somebody wants to
illegal in
jam
this
up
country.
Joe. I'm selling airtime over here.
That's illegal in this country. I know you don't get that.
It's only illegal if he was hiring the guy and or housing. He can think what he wants. It is not illegal to think in this country as of
One
yet.
man at a time. Well, one person at a time. I can't deal with three of you yelling at me.
Frickin' moron.
Not a freaking moron. I'm telling you what the
So
law
I do have it here.
Show me the law that says it's against the law for me to think somebody's a faggot. Go ahead, show me the law, Joe.
Do you walk around calling people faggots?
It doesn't matter. I could call you whatever I want. It's not illegal. The only thing I can't do is threaten your life. That is illegal.
Really? You can walk up to somebody on the street and start screaming at them and start calling them a faggot. You think that's legal?
Yeah, you show me the law that says I can't do it.
That's assault, brother.
Show me the law that says I can't do it, Joe.
That's assault, brother.
And the
First Amendment protected activity.
Christ, oh my God.
Amendment
What a
doesn't say anything
moron.
about saying
Calm down, you homophobic person. You're afraid of gay people. That's what it comes down to, and I don't understand that. Why are you afraid of gay people? They're not going to make you gay, okay? It's not contagious. You know what it is? You're afraid of your own sexuality. You're not sure yourself. So you're afraid that if you get around somebody that's gay, you may turn gay.
By God, you've checked every box possible
Got
except
it,
normal.
Joe.
That's the only box the Democrats don't have on their list is normal or straight.
That's not true.
Shit, Joe, show me a straight, normal person in the Biden administration. Go ahead. Fetterman?
Yeah, Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah, he's normal, all right.
Sure he is.
of the Ukraine.
Do I have
Joe Biden. Who else falls up the stairs of a plane? Oh, my God. I do it every time I get on a plane. I fall up the stairs. That's quite an act to do.
You're afraid of homosexuality.
his ear hole?
I've met people like you. You're afraid of gay people.
Oh, yeah, you've met
For
people like me.
some
Where in
weird
prison?
reason, they intimidate you. You must feel like it's contagious. You're not sure of your own sexual orientation. You're afraid that maybe if you get to know a gay person, you might turn
Hey, why
gay.
don't you tell me about
I don't know
Monopoly?
what's wrong with you.
How much a Monopoly expert you are, huh? Go ahead. You're such a damn expert on everything. Go
I
ahead.
am
tell
an
us how
expert on a
electric
lot
company
of
is not
things. What are you?
Monopoly.
I know you
Yeah,
can't
go
keep
ahead,
up
go
with me
ahead. I'll
mentally or psychologically, but I'm giving you an opportunity to explain why you are so afraid of gay people. Why are you afraid of gay people? They're not going to hurt you.
You don't know nothing about me, you frickin' commie.
I'm more conservative
You're a
than
frickin'
99% of the
socialist,
people out here, but I'm not stupid.
You're not a conservative. Christ, you can't even spell it.
Wonderful.
Well, go ahead, moron. I'm waiting.
I'm waiting for you to
You're gonna look it up
explain
on
to
Google?
me
Go ahead,
why-
look it up on Google. We'll wait.
why
Conservative.
somebody that's in the government that's gay is a problem for you. Why is
Well,
it a
the
problem?
is nobody in that administration is qualified. Nobody.
Well, how could you say that? You have no knowledge of that.
The hell I don't. I've got plenty of knowledge of the people that he has in his administration. For God's sakes, it's quite easy. You've mentioned it quite often. The internet. Look it up. You know, not everybody is quite as stupid as you. We do know how to look up things, Joe.
Yeah, he hired people,
Jesus
Joe.
Christ.
Did you agree with everybody that Trump put in?
10 on the freak bill.
hold
He had to
on.
ring
God, I
the
can't
freak
handle you. I
bill,
gotta
then he would
go.
hire him.
No, you can handle me. Now hang in there, calm down, take a few deep breaths. Did you believe in everyone that Trump had in his administration?
Here we go.
Well, I'm asking him. I mean, he's pointing out Biden. Everybody in his administration is no good. What about Trump's administration?
Hire anybody
What about Obama's administration? Let's go back. How about all the people in all the administrations? Did you agree with all of them? I ran him off. He left. Next. Why are these people so afraid of gay people? Why are you afraid of gay people? They're not going to hurt you. This is AC1DD.
This here be 89 BI.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, pretty good. You know, I just was finished my operation today, and that's why there's a difference in my voice. I had a negroplasty.
I don't think that's right.
Well, you know, I always wanted to be this great basketball player, and now I got the opportunity to do it.
All right.
Just sick of listening to all these crackers coming out here talking all kinds of trash.
I knew I should have prevented you from going to that Harlem Globetrotters game.
Yeah, that was it.
It rubbed off on you. It's like these people that are afraid of gay people. They're afraid it's going to rub off on them.
Yeah, maybe they can go and get an appointment to get a homoplasty.
I don't even know where to start. Why are they so intimidated? I can't hear you. How many watts? 100 watts. You're doing something wrong, because normally I could hear people with 100 watts. You've got something very wrong. Are you connected to the correct antenna? Do you have an antenna? I can't hear you. I'm running serious power here. Serious power. Over. That's a euphemism. I'm not going to tell you. Roger. Roger, roger. I have to run a lot of power. Those guys got those huge amplifiers. They just want to talk over you. Got monstrous amplifiers, 5, 10, 15 kW.
So what's this Anon radio I hear so much about?
It's the latest thing. But if you thought you had software problems with the Flex, if the Flex is easy compared to the Anon, a lot of software stuff. But that's what they're all buying. It's made in India, by the way. Don't let them confuse you. You know, it ships from Australia, but they always like saying, "Oh, it's Australia." No, it's made in India. But it's pretty good radio, apparently. All software, though. Lots of settings. Lots of settings. Okay, I could do some code. Let me see. Let me get my pencil here. Go ahead. Okay, I got the high part. What else? I don't know, your spacing is terrible. Something about want, I don't know. POS, right? I got 2 people sending code. I don't think you know how to spell. Your spelling is terrible. You idiot. I got that one. Right. Where's that guy that told me that I was supposed to get on this Pluto thing? Where is that guy? Ohio Steve. I got a bone to pick with him. Where are you, Ohio Steve? Are you out there? Left?
Yeah, I'm through here. I'm looking at Anon radios.
There you go. Order one up.
I think I'll pass.
How much are they? What's that? What's the 7,000?
Looks like $29.95, and then they have another. That's for the 7000 DLE Mark II, and then they have a DLE. Well, I don't know. They look like they range from about 3,000 to 4,400.
Yeah. I think that one is actually a 500 watt radio. Got a built-in LD Moss amplifier in the same box. If you think that 500 watts is enough, there's guys that are selling their amplifiers, selling their transceivers, and just buying that one.
That looks like that would be the 8000 model.
I don't know. Is it a 500 watter? There's one that is a 500 watt.
Yeah, this is a non-8000 DLE Mark II, 500 watt.
Is that the 4400?
No, that one's 3795. Then they have one called an Andromeda that has the full display. It's kind of like the Flex that I had. It has the big screen on it, but it's a 100 watt.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is some Apache Labs site.
Right. That's what you're talking about, Apache Labs. Yeah, that's what people are doing. They're selling their transceiver and their amplifier, and they're buying that 3795 500 watt station, and they're thinking that that'll be good enough as far as power level. And a lot of these guys have, transceivers that are $2,000 and $3,000 and amplifiers that are $2,000 and $3,000. So they're looking at it as an opportunity to free up some cash and get it all in one box. It's kind of attractive. It's kind of an attractive idea. I mean, you could sell, if you sold your amp and your transceiver, you could easily handle that.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't be able to put out as much power.
Yeah, but you're going to get a heck of a lot better receiver.
I don't know. I thought I wanted a 7610, and then I wanted to try to hide a receive antenna, and then I got to thinking I really could care less about receiving weak signals. I really don't care.
Yeah, AC1DD.
89 PI.
Yeah, that the Apache Lab stuff also have something called pure signal. And what pure signal does is that when you're transmitting, it adjusts the phase of the transmitter to make the transmitted signal out of your amplifier very clean. So they do have very clean signals. Very interesting software technique that they use. And Flex was supposed to do it, but I don't think they've ever done it yet. So that's another advantage of the Anon stuff, is they have pure signal. So that's what's kind of attractive about that 3795 500 watt station. All that is inside that box.
Any QPC?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been listening to you fellows. I just was curious. So just how much is that 3795?
Say that again?
So how much is that 500 watt transmitter?
I think he said it was 3795. I haven't looked at it myself, but that's what he's saying.
Yeah, sure.
I turned on my amp. I thought you might have been having a hard time hearing me. Is that better?
It's the HF is 6 meter 500 watt SDR for 3795.
Can you hear him?
I threw on the amp. That should have made it better. Yeah, I heard it. I heard what he said. I guess that ain't too bad when you look at it for the whole package, if you can get rid of the amplifier.
Yeah, that's the... you really think if they would have gotten that maybe a bit higher than 500 watts, like maybe 800, I'm thinking they'd have a flood of people that would do it. But 500, a lot of these guys, they have big amplifiers. They're doing 1,500 watts all the time. They might have a problem going down to 500. I don't know if they would, but...
Yeah, they would. I don't know why they didn't make it a grand. Because all they're doing is putting MOSFETs in it and a bigger power supply, and it's probably a switching supply anyhow.
Yeah, you guys kind of doubled, but I think the problem was a thermal problem. They had a lot of heat inside the box, and maybe that's why they limited it to 500. But that kind of tells you that maybe the next revision there could be a kilowatt version come out. I mean, that would be like a killer app. I think that's a big issue. And you're right. If you look at it, if you had to buy a 500 or 600 watt amplifier, you can't buy a 500 watt amplifier anymore for $1,000. You can't do it unless you buy something like I do. I buy broken stuff and fix it.
Yeah, that's like me. But I work for an auto company, and we don't want to make a car that you're going to drive for 30 years. We want it to rust out after 10 years or 5 years, and you buy another one. So they're looking to the future. It's like the iPhone thing. They want that iPhone to buy another one in 2-3 years. So it's like the radio business too. And QPC.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with you. 3,700. When you figure you got a 500 watt amp, got a heck of a transceiver. I mean, that thing's really capable. Yeah, I think they're really disrupting the ICOM, Yaesu, Kenwood, monopoly type thing. I mean, Flex hurt the other guys pretty badly, but it seems like now that Anon is kind of taken over.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Kenwood's getting out of the radio business. They haven't even released any new products. When I was down there at Dayton, they didn't even have a booth set up.
Yeah, someone said they noticed that. They actually called Kenwood and asked them about it, and they said, "Oh no, we're in the business." But he said, "Are you coming out anything new, an HF?" And they said no.
Yeah, well, I was surprised, man. They didn't even show up to Dayton. I'm like, where's my pen? I've been collecting those Kenwood pins every year from Dayton, and now I got a hole in my collection.
Oh, no.
It looks like most of this stuff is all pre-order. It doesn't look like you could actually get a hold of anything to...
Yeah, you kind of cut out there, Frank. Something happened?
No, I just had my headset a little far away. I think I just said that it doesn't look like you're able to really get your hands on any of this stuff. You got to pre-order everything.
Yeah, that's their model. Their business model is they're not going to make anything unless it's already sold, which might be the way of the future. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's gotten any of those 500 watt rigs or not. I don't know if they're out there.
It looks like it's a new product.
Did they give you any idea of what you're talking about? Are you talking 3 months, 6 months, a year? Do they give you any indication? Maybe if you... They want you to put money down, don't they?
Yeah, they want you to put $17.95 down. That's the booking amount.
Yeah, it kind of makes you ask the question, what if you put $1,700 down and they go under? You get your money back?
No.
Oh, you're usually pretty safe as a consumer if you buy something with a credit card.
Yeah, I guess. But if it was called a pre-order payment or something, Would the credit card back you? I guess they would.
Yeah, I mean, if it's within a reasonable time. I've had people contest charges on stuff I've sold, up to 12 months.
Yeah, people taking advantage of that, but I would be somewhat leery about the whole thing, because I think it's probably a pretty long wait. I've heard that people have been waiting for the 7,000 DLE. They've been waiting 3 and 4 months for that.
Well, have you heard of those Mercury solid state amps? I think they're called a Mercury 3.
Yeah.
I ordered one of those a long time ago, and I just figured there's enough people that wanted them that, if I didn't want it, I could sell it. But I didn't have to put any money down on it.
Yeah, I don't know what the difference is here.
Because I think they were of the mindset that, they would let you know when you were, you were eligible to buy it, when you were next in the queue, and then if you didn't want it, then they offered it to the next person online.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just know giving them $1,700 and then having to wait 3 or 4 months, that might be a little bit much. I could see maybe a couple of $100. A couple of $100 means you're serious, but $1,700 and you got to wait 4 or 5 months. I don't know about that one. How long can you contest? I guess what you're saying is they have a long time to contest a charge on your credit card. I always thought that was 2 months by law.
No, it's definitely not 2 months.
I just read something on the internet the other day, and it swore that it was 2 months. So maybe that's bad information also.
No, I just had a charge back today from over 3 months ago, and then I confronted the guy on it, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize that was you,"
Well, I know there's a limit. I know there's a limit of some type on a credit card. That's why they always tell you, because a lot of these fraudsters on credit card fraud are getting smarter. AC1DD. What they do is, they used to, back in the day, as they say, they used to charge one big charge to your credit card, right? Just to try to, rip you off and then move on. The credit card takes a hit. Now they're getting a lot smarter. Well, they'll charge a series of really small charges, and they'll hope that you won't detect it over a whole series of months. And they're very good at picking what to charge, because it blends in with the average person's purchasing habits. And I was reading about that because this supposed expert, said you just have to get into the habit of looking at your credit card charges every month. And he did say, I think he said for sure it was a 2-month cutoff. If that thing was in there for 2 months, maybe these are for fraudulent charges. Maybe there's a difference.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's considered the same thing. People say that's what they claim. On a chargeback, they say, I didn't authorize this charge, or it was fraudulent. And then you have to prove, if you don't, you have to make sure that you send stuff to a billing address and you obtain a signature. That's the only way to protect yourself as the retailer. A lot of people think the credit card companies eat that. They don't. They just automatically debit that money right out of my bank account.
Well, right. And as the seller, you have to prove that they received the product. I get that.
Right. And I can only imagine how much money big retailers like Walmart and stuff lose, because you can put any shipping address you want in there, and they'll send it to you.
Yeah, maybe they're just playing the odds, and I don't know.
Because I won't. I send it to you, because when somebody makes a purchase with a credit card, it goes up. My card processor verifies the address on the person's card, and then I only send things to the verified billing address.
Yeah, even as a buyer, you figure out that you're selling when you're buying something and you're sending it to your billing address, things work a lot smoother. If you try to send it to something that's not your billing address, then there's like an extra step or something in there.
Well, I have my like fraud detection. It's like a series of settings that if the street address and the billing zip code doesn't match up, I automatically decline the charge, so I won't even process it.
Yeah. I was watching a YouTube video of what was the word that they call? They got some weird word they've created. And these guys that are doing all this credit card fraud stuff. I mean, it's immense. What they do is they buy these. They buy stolen credit card information off the dark web. And that's a whole business in and of itself. There are various, and there's people that sell this information. It comes from people that had skimmers located on gas station pumps and restaurant. A lot of crooked waiters. Waiter will take your credit card and he's going to go get it processed, and he's got a skimmer and he skims the thing off. So you got all these scammers, and most of it is related to getting you to get that card out of your hand, or a skimmer, either at a gas pump or a waiter or something like that. That's like one of the things. Was supposedly some fraud expert. He said one of the key things is to make sure that your card never leaves your site. If they want to take your card, you say, no, you bring the thing here. That way you know that they're not passing it through a skimmer. But anyway, all these people that are, skimming your cards, they sell them on the dark web. And then these guys buy them. And then they just start doing all these different little fraudulent transactions that they've learned how to do. And then they could resell these things that they're getting. What is this idiot doing? He's drunk.
Yeah, and I've seen similar shows on like Dateline or something like that, and that credit card information is cheap too. Like when you buy it on the dark web, it's kind of a crapshoot. Some of it's good stuff, and some of it's not. But I couldn't get over how cheap the information was to buy.
How cheap is it?
Oh yeah.
How cheap is the information?
Yeah, they said it's just like gambling. You buy 1,000 of these. I don't know these credit cards. Buy 1,000 of them and you test them. A lot of them cards been shut down. Some skimmer or whatever. But there are people. Apparently, there are people that they consider that their full-time job is buying these credit card information, and then they're buying all this other stuff with it, and they sell it on eBay, or they're selling it because they're buying like all these different game things, where you buy like $10 for this and that. And then they sell all that garbage on eBay. A couple of these guys they said they were making $500,000 a year doing this.
That's a long time. It just talks bullshit.
Why don't you go away? I think you've been drinking too much. You could barely talk. I don't care if you drink. Well, maybe you should drink more. Yeah, it actually looked like a pretty good profession to get into. I was thinking about doing it. Over.
Yeah, so what they do then they have these stupid people that answer these ads on Craigslist to have this stuff sent to their home. They say, all we need you to do is sign for these packages and then ship them to us.
Christ, and it's true.
Absolutely, yeah.
But then again, I don't do as much service.
Yeah, this one guy was, they were interviewing this one guy, of course, he's got the full, the full baklava, what do they call that, baklava thing on his head, you can't see who he is, dark glasses, and he's like, yeah, that's what I give my girlfriend, send all these things to my girlfriends, and then when my girlfriends get into trouble, I dump them. The nice guy.
What did I just say? I don't know. Let me whisper.
Guy's totally wasted.
Allegedly.
Anyway, I thought it kind of sounded like maybe it would be a good career move is to get into credit card fraud.
Well, there was a guy, when I first started dealing with credit cards and I had this issue, I was talking to one of the fraud specialists at the credit card companies, and he basically said that, like, if you use your credit card on an overseas vacation, they're not even going to investigate it, basically.
Well, let's see.
Well, what do you mean? They won't investigate what?
Well, you could just, I guess, you could dot across Europe using a credit card, and then say, it wasn't me. They're, since it's out of country, like, some mom and pop bed and breakfast in Northamptonshire, they're not gonna fool with it.
You're wrong on that one too.
That might be. I don't know. I've never tried it.
Oh, so you're saying the person that has the credit card is committing fraud by saying that wasn't them?
No, I'm going to use my card out of the country. It won't work.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you as a card holder trying to say, I didn't order that, I didn't get that. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about actually getting into the credit card fraud business. It actually sounds pretty lucrative. And some of these guys were saying there's like no chance you're going to get caught, which I don't understand that, but...
I'm just saying, like, I go to Aruba real often, and a lot of different islands. If I don't tell them I'm going and let them know ahead of time, my card won't work when I get to the island. So somebody trying to use your card out of the country don't work. Now, if you charge something to somebody outside the country, that may work, but I just know if you go to use your credit card outside the country and you haven't let them know ahead of time, your card ain't going to work.
I suppose it depends on the individual. If you're somebody that travels a lot, then, I don't think that's probably the case. If you're somebody who most of your transactions are at a certain locale, and then they see something in India, then that's gonna throw a flag. But if you're someone who travels abroad a lot, I don't think you would get a flag as often.
Well, I travel abroad a lot, and I like it that way, so nobody rips off my information and drains my account. I'd hate to get outside the country, go to use my card, and there's no money there. I'd rather have to let them know every time I go anywhere.
Yeah, but that sounds more like a debit card.
Debit and credit. That's my American Express is that way, and my debit cards are that way.
Yeah. Now, debit cards are very dangerous. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out why people have a debit card. People have to explain that to me. There's too much risk there. I mean, those guys can clean your damn bank account out.
Usually you have some pretty low daily limits on a debit card, and you have some of the same protections, but I'm in agreement. I would just soon use cash, or if you're gonna, you could use like an American Express or whatever, earn the points and then just pay it off,
Yeah, I don't understand why people don't use a normal credit card, American Express, MasterCard, Visa. I don't understand why people just don't use a credit card. Try to get one that gives you 1% cash back, and then just put it on auto pay out of your bank account, so you're never going to forget to pay the full amount. It's all automatic, so you're never going to get hit with any credit card fees or interest rates. I don't understand why people don't do that. They want to do this debit card thing. I don't get
Some
that.
of them don't have any credit. That's why.
Don't have enough credit to get a cheesy credit card?
I'm sure there's some people that don't.
Well, maybe so, but I think you got to be in pretty bad shape where they won't give you some credit card.
Maybe I'm not sure.
This guy's really wasted. Hey, drink some more so you pass completely out. You don't like this intermediate state.
He just keep drinking until he blows his liver out. Then we can watch him die.
Guys go for decades, unfortunately.
Like I said, let him keep drinking until he blows his liver out, and then we'll be rid of him.
This is 89 BI. Maybe it's not a drink. Maybe it's prescription drugs.
Well, that'll blow his liver out, too.
Yeah.
Well, what if he crushes it up and snorts it? Will that blow his liver out?
I don't know. It's got to go through your liver one way or
That'll
another.
blow his brain out. I don't know. It seems like to me the right solution today is a normal credit card, 1% cash back on auto pay out of your bank account. You'll never get hit with a late fee. Never get hit with any interest charges. The only thing you got to be careful of is you don't have fraudulent charges on your credit card. You need to check that at least once a month, and preferably more than that. And you need to have enough money in your bank account to pay that credit card bill. If you meet those two criteria, everything's good.
Yeah. You know, I got an account that I use for a lot of auto pay stuff, but I make sure I don't leave over $1,000 in it. And any big money, I leave in an account that can't be accessed by the outside world. That way I make it so if I want more money in the other account, I transfer it, but I make it, the other account, make sure it's not attached to any type of plastic cards or checking or anything. That way nobody can dib and dab in it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I heard an interesting thing tonight, about 4 or 5 hours ago. A guy went to, I guess he was getting his auto insurance taken care of, and he somehow notices that his homeowner's insurance had been canceled 4 or 5 months previous. And he freaks out, right? I haven't had homeowner's insurance for 4 or 5 months. And when he looks into it, the problem was he had that homeowner's insurance bill tied to a debit card. And the debit card expired, and they got a new one, and he forgot to update the debit card for that insurance company. And he swears that the insurance company didn't even notify him that, hey, there's a problem here. They just canceled it. So that's another problem with these debit cards, right? They have an expiration. And if you've got something on auto pay, I guess through the debit card, and you need to make sure you keep those accounts up to date.
Well, he must be paying it monthly or something, huh? For my home insurance, I just get a bill at the beginning of the year and pay it. Was that guy on like a monthly thing?
He might have been, but even if you were paying it yearly and you had it tied to a debit card, you would certainly think they would notify you if the debit card bounced out. Maybe they did and he missed it.
Well, you know what these companies do a lot of times? They go to that paperless, and And I've noticed that I get a lot of stuff in my spam box. My spam box, you know, it filters that stuff out. So I can see why a guy could never, you know, see something like that.
Exactly. That's why you really don't want to do auto pay. Let me think about this. You really don't want to do auto pay to a credit card or a debit card. If you're going to do auto pay, you want to do it direct debit to your bank account.
I'm not a fan of the auto pay just because I've done that before with cable bills, and then I've had like issues on the cable bill, and it was automatically pulled. So now I don't auto anything.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because you get into a dispute on them, and they raise the price, and then you cancel it, and then it's already been debited. Yeah, it kind of takes your control away a little bit.
Yeah, because the way, like, I've got MediaCom cable where I'm at, and it's one of those deals where, you know, every couple years they really raise it up, and then you gotta call and ask for lost, you know, or customer retention, and you negotiate a new little contract, I guess you would say, you know. And if I had a auto pay, you know, I would have already paid it, where usually I can go and I can get them to knock it down.
Yeah, it's that whole yearly routine. Yeah, I used to fight that all the time, and you know, you're on a buy down, you're getting it for $50 a month, and then it kicks off the buy down, and all of a sudden it's $99 a month. You call them up and you say, well, I'm going to cancel my thing, and they'll say, well, we'll turn you over to customer retention. And you say, look, I ain't going to pay $100. They say, well, I could get it down to $69, you know? Like, no. Okay, back to $59. No, $49. Okay. What a stupid routine.
Well, the thing that gets me is they have all these great new customer rates, you know, and I always think, well, what about the guys that's been a customer for 20 years, 15 years, or whatever, you know? What about a loyalty rate?
Yeah, the guy that just pays his bill and doesn't call him up and bitch at him to knock it down, he just gets screwed. AC1DD.
Absolutely.
Hi, Joseph.
But, you know, people are too lazy to bother with it.
Joe is gay.
Oh, no, there's a lot of people that will fight. You know, I used to sit there working out here, these guys, you know, when you walk through the bullpen, you know, you could hear them bitching out the cable company. It's like, oh, it's the yearly routine.
The magic dragon
What an idiot. Now, who would sing into their microphone? What enjoyment would you get out of that? Why don't you go in the shower and sing? At least you could hear yourself.
Joe Italiano lived by the sea.
But you know, I'm starting to think here. I've got a bill that goes to my credit card. I've got a monthly bill that goes to my credit card, and I think I have gotten a new card. Well, they must not look at the expiration date on that credit card.
Puff the magic dragon.
I'm not sure if that's correct. I wonder how that works.
And frolics in the autumn.
I've noticed the same thing. I know that I've gotten received update requests for a new, because usually the number's the same, I think, right? Or does it change? I guess I've never really paid attention.
No, the number stays the same, but that verification code on the back, you know, that 3-digit code, that changes, and the date of expiration changes.
Okay, yeah.
Right. I think they do send you something.
Well, just like you were saying, I was thinking that some some do and some don't. I wonder if it's because some places ask for that 3-digit code, and it seems, and maybe some don't.
Well, I'm wondering if that's the difference between a credit card and a debit card. Maybe the credit card, maybe the ones that are charging your credit card just, they don't care what the date of expiration is. They just keep charging. And if it goes through, it goes through. And maybe the debit card is different. Maybe they have to have the updated card. I don't know.
Well, an example I had at the beginning of the year is I have a car wash subscription, like a unlimited monthly car wash thing. And I got a new card, and I asked the guy, I said, do I need to go in and update my card information? And he's like, no, you're good. So I thought that was weird.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's a difference between credit cards and debit cards when it comes to that update process. But I don't know that for a fact.
You don't know it as a fact.
The reason I'm saying that is because I think I've had that monthly bill that's tied to that credit card, and I don't believe I've ever gone in there and updated that, and they're still billing it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the same deal with this car wash.
He said something that's true. He doesn't know it as a fact.
Well, anyway, the guy earlier was saying he was trying to get some new car insurance, and somehow or another he's got one bank account that he takes care of all those, insurance bills and I guess utility bills. All that stuff comes out of one bank account. He was looking at the bank account, and he didn't see the withdrawal for the homeowner's insurance. So he called them up, and they said, we canceled you like 4 months ago for lack of payment.
You better watch out. Your wife might murder your ass.
They said, I don't think you sent me anything. I don't know what the answer to that was.
There was a guy in Cincinnati got shot to death laying on his bed. And they never know what the hell hit him.
What's that got to do with anything?
It has everything to do with anything.
Why don't you lay on your bed and we'll hope for the best?
I like to masturbate.
God gave you a brain. Think.
God didn't give you one. That's why you're drinking.
Almost everyone can reason. A monkey can reason.
No, a monkey can't.
Very few human beings can think.
What's your excuse? What is your excuse? Are you depressed? What's the problem?
I like to masturbate.
Then get to it. We're not holding you back.
Right here on the frequency?
Who cares?
I might splatter up and down the bed.
You couldn't handle what I think.
These guys are nasty.
They're just crazy. This is the underbelly of America.
When I think about how much money I have invested in the radio to listen to this, it's just stupid.
Well, you're basically, you're out there interacting with, a cross-section of the country. That's the FCC's excuse, right? Well, we're working with the cross-section of the country. But after a while, you figure out you really don't want to do that. That's why I try to run them off by insulting them.
Well, I think it's fun. I mean, I just think it is, if I thought about it, when I think about how much money and, the time I did it, stringing up an antenna or whatever I could get, I enjoyed it. It's fun for me. But when I think about, the money I have invested in, a radio and an amplifier to talk to strangers, it's just kind of, I can see why somebody would think that is pretty silly.
Yeah.
Just like I think it's silly for guys to jack up their trucks and put big mud tires and stuff to go out there and ruin their vehicle, you know. But that's what they like to do.
Yeah, I think that's silly too. Got a neighbor that, you know, he's got this big diesel thing, and I think belches out black smoke. He punches it down there. I could hear that thing whining, whining up. I was shooting down there, and I know he's going to Walmart. Comes right back in about 15 minutes. Takes that big monster truck to go down there and get a few bags of groceries.
Where
I think that's comical myself.
Where do you go?
Don't go anywhere, geezer.
Where do you go to shop? He said he went to Walmart. Where do you go?
Where do you go? I mean, besides the liquor store.
Yeah, you know that's the one.
He sounds like he probably goes to Bloomingdale's.
He's the upper crust.
Joseph is a homosexual.
I have never been gay. I am not gay.
Just because you suck a man's cock doesn't make you gay.
Nasty.
Okay, well, I guess that's your idea, I guess. Anyway.
You're sucking a man's cock, not me.
I don't know. That's a good question, that whole credit card thing.
The whole penis thing.
Credit card versus debit card. What are the true differences?
You never said where the hell you shop.
Cock. Does
Where
that
the
make
hell
him
you
gay?
shop? You shop at Walmart?
I really don't like to.
Store.
Maybe you shop at Billy Von Task.
Where? Hey, you shop at the liquor store. I'm absolutely convinced of that.
Where do you shop?
I don't shop at the liquor store.
Where do you shop?
I shop where I need to get the stuff.
No shit. Where the fuck you shop?
Yeah, where the fuck do you shop?
Where the fuck do you put my penis?
Yeah, well, you're the one talking about somewhere where someone shops. You said where someone shops.
He's got a very big
You
penis.
brought it up. Where do you shop?
What do you
I
drink?
shop at the
Come on,
penis
tell
store.
us, what are you under the influence of? It's very interesting. I'm taking a survey.
I'm
taking a survey.
Influence of truth.
Are you drinking hard alcohol, you homo?
AC1DD. I am taking a survey. What are you under the influence of?
Where do you shop?
Oh, come on. You answer my question first, and I'll tell you where I shop.
Walmart has a liquor store.
Yeah, they do. I'm wondering if that's where he goes.
Whoa, you're so high and
He's fading away, though. What are you under the influence of? Alcohol? Some sort of drug? What's the deal?
Mr. High and Mighty. Mr. High and Mighty.
Everybody's high and mighty in reference to you. You come out here drunk or high every night, same old story. You just start blabbering.
You're the one made a big deal about it.
Yeah, I'm going to make a big deal out of it because you're annoying.
Where the hell
And he's gay.
Tell me right now, and I'll tell you where I buy my booze.
Okay, so you admit that it's booze, it's alcohol.
I'll tell you where I buy my booze. You tell me where you shop.
I shop at a store. Now your turn. I shop at a store. Your turn.
You fucking piece of shit, motherfucker.
You're a Billy Badass, aren't you? You're a tough guy. Another alcoholic loser. Freaking bum.
Joe Italiano is gay.
Why don't you do something?
Joe Italiano is gay.
Is it really that exciting to do whatever you do during the day and then come home and get drunk every night? Is that exciting?
Just Friday and Saturday.
To do for the rest of my life.
What?
$8,000 a month.
It's fading out. All you have to do is get drunk. Well, that's
$1,000 a month.
That's quite a life you've created for yourself.
If I want.
You're an American success story.
Hell yeah, no.
Anyway, he faded out. Back to you, Frank.
Yeah, this is 89BI.
Oh, it's very gay.
Hello, Charlie.
I don't think you were necessarily making a comment about the Walmart. It was about the means of transportation to get to Walmart to pick up a small supply of groceries.
Yes, that's what I was talking about. I think he's just too intoxicated.
I've been drinking as well.
I just find that humorous that these guys have these big pickup trucks to run to Walmart. I mean, they burn more fuel in that thing than if you were taking a 20-mile trip with a normal car. And it's big, 4-wheel drive, got these big tires on it. And
Joe is a small penis.
the thing is always very clean, so I'm sure he's not going in the mud with it.
Joe is a small penis.
So I just think it's kind of an odd purchase. So.
Right, and what I was saying is that same guy who owns that truck would probably say to you or any of us that why do you spend so much money to talk to strangers on the radio about silly stuff?
Yeah, exactly, that's true, but I'm pretty sure that pickup truck costs a lot more than the average radio station.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's just like an example of things that everybody has their own hobbies and likes and dislikes.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, everybody
homosexual activity.
Everybody makes the money they make, and they decide where to spend it.
Joe likes homosexual activity.
Oh no, I don't. But it kind of sounds like you're into it.
Yes, I knew a guy that had everything he owned was on wheels, including his home. He had an airplane, he had new Corvettes, and nice trucks, and he lived in a trailer.
There you go. That's kind of an interesting philosophy.
Joe is a homo.
Ever heard that expression, Frank? If it flies, floats, or FUCKS's, don't buy it, rent it. Have you ever heard that one?
Joe is a homo.
No, I haven't.
If it flies, floats, or farts, rent it, don't buy it.
Joe is a homo.
It is true, they got guys with their fishing boats, the fishing boats used to cost back in the day $10,000-15,000. Now they're $125,000. You need a big truck to haul the damn thing, or you got to put it in a dock somewhere, and then they get you for $400 a month on the dock fees. So yeah, you can spend your money any way you want, and every one of them. I knew a guy that was into boating, and I mean, I'm talking big boats, $350,000. I mean, I just look at him and say, "What are you doing?" He said, "Man, I love this. I love it. Every chance he'd get, he'd be on that boat." It's like, okay, everybody else, no one got it. It's like, what are you doing?
I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Engaged in homosexual activity on that boat.
Yeah, I had a friend who was the same way. He was a big bass tournament fishing guy, and that was the same thing. He'd buy these. Actually, he was good enough. He was sponsored, but he'd get these boats that he would then turn around and sell for $90,000 a year later, and they were fast. They'd run 86, 90 miles an hour down the river up here, dodging submerged logs just to catch a fish that he's going to throw back.
See, I would have a big problem with that. I got a big problem with these guys spending $80,000 for these pickup trucks.
He's got a big problem.
And they're living in suburbia. They're living in suburbia. What do you need a friggin' pickup truck for? If you need a pickup truck, you go to Home Depot For $29 a day, if you buy their products, they'll lease it to you for $29 a day. And you can tear the shit out of that thing. If you have your nice $80,000 pickup truck, you're not going to want to tear the crap out of it.
Well, you would think.
But that's what they do. It's just like.
What's it any of your business of what anyone wants to do with their money? Ain't none of your business.
It is my business. It is exactly my business.
Because you're gay?
No, because I like to see where people are spending their money.
Oh, it's your business.
Because that may give me a clue as to how I can make money.
What's your business?
Oh, think about it. Think about it.
Is that your business?
Everything's my business.
No shit. Now we know. Everything's your business.
I'd like to know what alcohol you drink.
Everything is your business.
You drink beer or hard? What do you drink? Wine? Hard liquor? Spirits? What do they call it? How come your signal came back up?
Well, what's your business? Everything. You just said everything is your business.
That's right. That's my business.
I didn't know you was Jesus Christ.
Everything's my business. I want to know where you're spending your money to see if there's any investment opportunities in that. Are you buying a new brand of liquor?
How many blowjobs do you buy?
I mean, I've heard some guys that were openly gay out here before, but I think you may take the cake.
That's because I know you like blowjobs, Joe.
I think maybe you're into it.
You like blowjobs from old men.
Oh, really?
Or young men.
Yeah, I know. You got my fucking shit. I know. And the FBI's gonna rip you
got
into
his
your asshole.
fucking shit. What the hell does that mean?
Joe is gay.
What do you like to drink, guy? I mean, what's your alcohol of preference? Are you a beer person? What brand are you drinking? Drinking vodka? You drinking whiskey? High-end whiskey? You could blow a lot of money drinking high-end whiskey also.
Joe is a homo.
Are you a pot smoker? Big pot smoker? Or maybe you like the pills?
No,
Maybe a little bit of that fentanyl? I've heard that's real popular. Fentanyl?
Maybe you're
Heroin? You do heroin, cocaine? What's the deal?
Maybe your nose is too big.
AC1DD.
Cut the fuck off.
AC1 homosexual.
That boy seems to be hooked on the boys.
AC1DD is a pedophile.
Oh, really? Tell me about it. How do you know that?
Alpha Charlie 1, Denmark.
Watch you show the proof. That's what I thought.
Joe Italiano.
This is 89 BI.
KC8IKQ. And I don't get in anybody's business. But somebody gets in somebody else's business.
That guy talks like this. He talks like a hard-boiled detective novel. I tailed the broad down the street. Wanted to see where she was going next.
I'm not laughing. And you ain't laughing either, because you know.
No, I'm serious. You've got the voice of, you could be the, what do they call those, soundovers of a detective film. You got that, like, 1940s, 1950s detective sound. Where are you from, boy?
You know exactly where the fuck I'm from. You know all about it.
Answer him, boy.
I know you're a tough
You're
guy.
gonna be laughing. I ain't gonna
Answer
be
him,
laughing.
tough guy.
Doesn't he sound like one of those old detective movies?
Yeah, he thinks he's tough, too. Come on, a tough guy.
Are you a cop? Were you a detective? A private dick. I think that's what they call him, a private dick.
One thing I know, see, is that you coppers is never going to catch me, right?
I know you're a nosy son of a bitch, and you put your nose where it don't belong.
Sounds like you're a raging homosexual.
I put my nose where it doesn't belong. Well, don't they normally cut it off? What was that movie that had Jack Nicholson in it, where the guy stuck a knife in his nostril and just pulled it out? Yeah, that kind of caused him a problem. What was that? It was about L.A. in like the 30s or 20s.
Oh, The Shining.
No, it wasn't The Shining. It was a detective, where he was a private detective. Something about water rights in L.A. or around L.A. Chinatown. That's it. Very good. You win.
Homosexual town.
Chinatown. That was a good movie.
Homosexual town.
But this guy's got the voice for it, though. I mean, he's got the perfect detective voice.
He does, but he's gay.
Hey, was that movie as good as Big Trouble in Little China?
I don't think I saw that one.
Laugh now, cry later.
I'm laughing now, and I'm going to laugh later. What'd you do for a living? Were you a copper? Were you a copper?
He was a male prostitute.
He specialized in people that had a thing for old detective voices.
Oh yeah, he likes to suck those big old dicks.
Oh. I'm not joking. He's got the perfect voice for a 1950s detective movie.
I can't believe you've never seen Big Trouble Little China with Kurt Russell.
It was probably a comedy. I usually don't watch comedies.
I thought it was Charlton Heston.
Was it a comedy?
Yeah, kind of. Action comedy.
Yeah, see, I can watch a funny movie and usually not crack a smile.
Came out July 1st, 1986.
10 Commandments. Wasn't it Charlton Heston and the 10 Commandments?
I don't watch religious movies.
Well, it was more of a comedy.
Yeah. Is that where he's riding on that chariot?
Cry later.
Charlton Heston. I think I remember him in like 2 movies. One of them was Soylent Green. Wasn't he in Soylent Green? I think he was.
No, that was Soylent Bridges.
Yeah, and at the end he says, Soylent Green is people. Soylent Green is people.
And what was it in the Planet of the Apes?
And the other one was the Planet of the Apes at the last scene where he sees the Statue of Liberty sticking out of the beach. I can't remember what he said. You bastards. Or we finally did it. We finally ended it. Because he was an astronaut, right? He left Earth and then he came back and the whole place was changed.
I still like him in as Moses.
I think he said something like, all the hell.
Charlton Heston as Moses.
Yeah, damn you. We blew it up or you blew it up.
Yeah, I think he said.
You don't like Charlton Heston as Moses?
That was much better than when he became the president of the NRA, and he said, "From my cold, dead hands."
What are the state of his hands at this time?
What's that?
I said, what are the state of his hands at this time?
I don't know. Cold and dead?
Yeah, I'm guessing so.
Carlton Heston. His monotone voice. Could be a reason.
You think God chose you for something?
Yeah, rotten, evil, flaming sinner as myself. Why not?
God chose you to do what? That's the reason I'm not voting for you.
But I really don't know.
I don't think you know much of anything. I think you're really loaded.
As usual. Maybe that's why God chose me. The flaming asshole that I really am.
What did God choose you for? To be a drunk? Is that your lot in life, is to be a drunk? It's out of your control?
No, I don't do God service being a drunk. You're absolutely correct.
What are you drinking? I mean, there's AC1DD. I mean, there's nothing... I mean, why do you fear telling me what you're drinking? I mean, why are you afraid of that?
He's not telling you.
Why not? Is it like some sort of secret?
It is how much I love, I guess is what it is.
I think you love your booze.
I cannot do God, you're right, you're absolutely correct. I cannot do God service being the drunken asshole I really am. You're absolutely correct.
Well, it's too late to change now. You might as well keep doing what you're doing.
So true. That is so true.
Yeah, you're already toast, so, you know.
Get behind me, Satan.
I don't know if I would say that.
Depart me.
Yeah, it's too late for you to change. I just keep doing the same thing.
It's over.
Yeah, it's over. You're right. Forget about it. It's okay.
This is Africa, Denmark, 9, Botswana, India.
But you could tell us, as a part of your atonement, tell us what you're drinking. It's a tiny step. You don't have to say you're going to drink less tomorrow or anything big like that. Just tell us what you're drinking.
Hello, you double boys. What is it?
What are you drinking?
You tell me.
How can I tell you?
Your father, the devil.
I am the devil. You're talking to the devil. I want to what you're drinking.
That's the first thing and the only thing I ever known you to say that was true. You of your father, the devil.
I am the devil. And I own you. I own your soul. You sold your soul to me. Now I own it. And I'm here to collect. What are you drinking?
It'll come to you in tonight's dream, and you'll know.
I doubt it. Are you in Ohio? A guy in West Virginia says he knows you. He says you get liquored up and you start talking to yourself on ham radio. Is that true? Do you know that guy from West Virginia? This is an interrogation. I expect you to answer my questions. Guess he passed out. My power was too great for him.
Have you heard from Keith lately?
Probably a couple of nights ago, I think.
I think he said maybe he was gonna do something different or get a different job or something.
Oh, I don't know. Kind of rare for somebody out here to actually have a job.
Yeah, I tried that once. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I tried it for like 40 years and I really didn't like it.
The deal with, I noticed like a lot of military guys, they retire like, seems like really young.
Well, you used to be able to work 20 years and retire from the military, and then you go off and get another job and work another 10 years. I worked with when I first started working as an engineer, one of the old guys I worked with, he spent 20 years in the Marines. Then he got out and he worked for 10 years and got vested. That's when you had to work 10 years to get vested in their pension plan. I think now that's completely changed. And then he went to work for another company, and he stayed there exactly 10 years to the day and retired for that one. The guy had a plan, and he followed it. So the good news is when he retired, he was getting 3 pensions. The bad news was he dropped dead a year later.
He probably went into the Marines like right out of high school, right?
Oh, yeah, he did, yeah.
So then he was pretty young when he retired from the military.
Yeah, but you probably didn't hear what I said. I think we doubled. Yeah, he retired. After he retired, he was collecting 3 pensions, and he dropped dead 1 year later.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't hear that. Yeah, that was...
He did everything right. He did everything right, and then that happened. What is it? God laughs at planners? I guess he would have, let's see, if he went in at 18, 18 plus 20 would be 38, 38 plus another 20. Yeah, he was about, wasn't quite 60 when he, because the second company that he worked at was the company that I was working at. And his 10-year anniversary, I remember he checked it like 4 times because he was afraid they'd be off by like 1 day and they'd try to screw him out of his pension.
Well, what happened to him? Was it like an unexpected death, or?
Well, he had bought this cattle ranch out in Kansas. I don't remember when he bought the cattle ranch. I think it was during his second job. And his idea was, he owned a house in St. Louis, but when it got really close to retirement time, he put it up for sale, of course. And he sold that, and on that 10th anniversary, he was gone. He went back to Kansas. And one of the guys I worked with kind of kept, called him on the phone periodically. And that's when they found out that he was out there on that cattle ranch. He dropped dead out there in the field. I think he was putting in a fence or something.
Sort of accident or anything.
No, it was like he was putting in a fence and he just dropped dead. Heart attack, I think. He's skinny as a rail, too, which is kind of odd.
Yeah, well, a couple weeks ago, a neighbor of my mom and dad, they moved, and one of their neighbors, I think he was only 50, had a wife and a set of twin boys. He was working underneath a trailer or something like a hydraulic trailer, and they couldn't. So one of his friends was trying to get a hold of him, couldn't reach him by phone call or text or anything, so he thought, I'll just swing by his place and see what he's up to, and found him dead. He was crushed.
AC1DG, yeah.
So I guess you just want to, if you have to do that kind of stuff, hire somebody else to do it.
All that shit's dangerous. Those guys out there working on the farm and stuff, people get killed with tractors all the time. Chainsaws.
Yeah, I don't know what the statistics are. I would think that the longer of a commute you have, the more likelihood your risk is of a fatal accident, as well as the speeds involved. If you work close to your home and you're in a more urban environment, the speeds aren't as high, so I think you'd be less likely to have an accidental death.
Yeah, but I think farming and stuff like that, those are orders of magnitude riskier than even commuting car crashes. I think those are orders of magnitudes higher.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I just wondered I wonder what it is. I knew people that would spend several hours a day just driving back and forth to their job.
Oh yeah, I had a 45-minute commute one way, so, and it was high speed too. Down the interstate, 3 lanes, 4 lanes in one direction, 70, 75 miles an hour, bumper to bumper, trying to get in there every day.
Great. That's what I mean. That sounds like quite a bit riskier than, say, a school teacher who lives down the street from her school, you know?
Yeah, but I think there's big differences in the risk of, when you're going down the interstate, that's, a mile down an interstate is nowhere near as risky as, a mile on the inner city streets where you got stoplights and, all sorts of people blowing stoplights and crashing. So, I don't know, it's kind of a mixed bag, but you're right.
Well, yeah, that's what I wonder. That's what I wonder if the more traffic or the constant stop and go is riskier than the speed factor.
Oh, I think it is. Yeah, I think if you looked at the statistics, you're better off being on the interstate, right? Everybody's going in the same direction. Relatively the constant speed, although that's crazy at times. Yeah, the interstates are the way to go, but you got to get off the interstate at some point. You get on some, inner belt or something, lots of stoplights and.
I don't know, I just feel that today's automobile is so safe, has a lot of safety features, that I just feel like I'd be safer at an impact on city street speeds of maybe 35, 40 miles an hour versus a 18-wheeler at 70.
Yeah. A lot of rear-end accidents on the interstate, too, especially when you're dealing in the interstates going through cities. You have these big traffic backups, and that's where you see a lot of crashes. People just are not paying attention. They're driving too close. And then somebody stopped dead in one of the lanes for some reason, and then it's just a braking contest to see who has the better brakes.
Or what if you rode a motorcycle?
You get splattered.
Well, no, then you could just weave in and out of people real quickly.
Oh, they used to do that lane splitting. I'd see those guys doing that all the time. I thought that was illegal, but apparently it's not.
I know every year, like the first warm day around here when everybody gets their motorcycles out, there's at least one death, one fatal motorcycle accident.
Yeah, it's like they're out of practice.
Well, I think it's just that, motorcycles are kind of tough to see and people pull out in front of them, but a lot of times there's other factors involved that a lot of times I think it doesn't even involve another automobile, and then like you said, it's just the error of the cyclist.
Yeah, I know I wouldn't ride one on the street. They're just too damn dangerous. I used to ride on the dirt, but I did ride on the street when I was a kid. And people just don't see you. They'll look right through you.
Well, I wouldn't ride a motorcycle around where you live either, because I heard people throw their grass clippings out the street.
Yeah, I used to look for people with grass clippings in their front of the street so I could try to fall down on them. But I had knobby tires.
I see the appeal of motorcycles, and I grew up racing motocross and riding in the dirt, and I crashed up in the dirt.
Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. I used to have a trailer, a 2-rail trailer. I put 2 bikes on it, and I'd drive way down into Missouri. There's some really good places to ride down there. Thousands and thousands of acres. There'd be hundreds of riders down there. I can't even remember the name of the place. But I'd drive down there and pull 2 bikes down there, and man, I had a blast.
I was pretty heavy into it in the late 90s and early 2000s. In fact, I used to come down to St. Louis and race in the Supercross at the Trans World Dome, and then I think they called it the Edward Jones Dome.
Yeah.
We'd always go downtown there and eat at a place called Show Me's. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, Show Me's, yeah. Blow Me's, yeah.
It's kind of like a Hooters, only the girls were pretty.
Trying to think of the name of that place down there. It was like a big, I don't know if it was a state park that was open up to riders. Can't remember the name of it. A lot of sand, gravel, big hills. There'd be 500 or 1,000 riders down there on a weekend.
I think that used to be more popular than it is now.
Well, I think a lot of those places closed. There are too many accidents, I guess. I don't know if they're getting sued or what the deal is. I think they might have even closed that place.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I used to be able to ride 2 blocks over. I would just to the south of here, just 2 blocks, I'd be out in the dirt. There's lots of places to ride over there. Then, of course, over the years, they just keep developing.
I think they probably, got a little tighter restrictions on some of those state lands as well, too.
It's like everything else, it's like 99% of the riders are perfectly fine and they're not doing crazy stuff. You always get that 1% out there that'll really push the limits, and something bad will happen.
Yeah, you probably got those few people that leave a bunch of trash all around and things like that. And I know there were some places that you couldn't ride unless you had a spark arrestor installed. They were afraid of fires and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't have that. I must have been doing that before the spark arresters were big, because I can't remember the bikes having any whatever they call that, certification or whatever. But later, you're probably right. AC1DD.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still a thing. It's probably quite a bit bigger out west than it is around here. 89 PI.
Yeah, when I was very actively thinking about moving out there, that was one of the things I looked at was, is there... Where was it? Was it in Nevada or was it in Arizona? I can't remember. I get them mixed up. I looked into that, what the proximity was to some of those parks that you could ride out there. Where in the hell was that? Was that Nevada or Arizona? I can't remember. I think it was in Arizona. One of those places has a lot of places to ride. But it's a little dangerous because you could get out there by yourself. I mean, a long way from other people. So if you broke down, it was kind of a problem.
Yeah, I got a brother that's big into snowmobiling, and he just came back from Montana, or maybe it was Wyoming, one of them states. He kind of does the opposite. Everybody around here, they kind of run away from the snow, and he goes towards the snow. But that's what they do. I mean, he goes up in the mountains, and they actually usually ride into wherever they stay in some kind of cabin that's remote and that's run off a generator, and they right off in the mountains, and then I'd be concerned about avalanches and like that.
Yeah, I can't remember what I was looking at some YouTube videos of these guys riding out west, and they've had guys ride off on their motorcycles and die. They're out in the desert somewhere, and they get lost or they break down, and before they could walk out, they die of heat exhaustion. So, like a lot of those places, there's no cell phone. Cell phone stuff doesn't work in a lot of those places. I think some of the parks, though, they're more organized. You have to check in, and then if you don't check back out or something, they'll send somebody out looking for you.
Yeah, I used to backpack down in the Smoky Mountains and up through the Appalachian Trail, and we would notify the park ranger of kind of our plan. We would make a loop, we do a 7-day loop. And if we'd tell them when we expected to be back, and that was one of them deals. We always made it back, but it was the hopes that if we didn't come back, they would come looking for us, and they would have an idea where to look.
Yeah, I think I was watching another YouTube video where some woman, the two women were hiking that trail.
Were they hot?
I don't think so. And they somehow split up on purpose because one of them had to go back or something. The other one said they were going forward and there wasn't very much further to go. And they somehow managed to get off the trail, and she died. So I'm sure that stuff happens. Probably not that often, but...
Well, I know there was times where there was parts of the trail that you had to cross a stream, and sometimes it would be fairly deep and the water moved pretty fast. And there was a guy that he fell over and he couldn't get his backpack off and drowned.
Yeah.
Because he was by himself.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about if I went out there. I wouldn't know anybody. So I'd be out there kind of riding on my own. I figured, yeah, that could be a little dangerous being out there on your own.
Yeah, I know I take a lot less risk the older I get.
Yeah, I take pretty much zero risk.
Well, my risk assessment changed to when I had children. My kids are still little, so I have people dependent on me, so I weigh the things out I do. I used to be kind of a daredevil on dirt bikes and snowmobiles and boats, and after I had kids, my outlook on those kind of activities changed for sure.
Yeah, that seems logical. Yeah. Yeah. What's the deal on that Illinois law? Is it just on hold?
I'll be honest with you, I haven't even followed it since they came out with it. Being exempt from it, I really haven't bothered to follow it.
Yeah.
that there was a stay or something on it?
Yeah, I did hear that maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, some judge put the whole thing on hold. But I don't know, maybe that's been overturned now too, so I really don't know what's going on with it.
Well, I haven't spent a lot of time following the news lately. I've been, busy following the Harlem Globetrotters tour.
Oh yeah, that's big. Seemed like the press was kind of fascinated with that Murdoch case, that lawyer case. I'm not so sure why they were so fascinated by it, but...
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I didn't follow it at all. I was interested to hear the whole Scott Adams thing.
Oh yeah, that was interesting, man. What an implosion.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've listened to his podcast a few times, and I was never really a big fan of him. But he really uses a lot of sarcasm, so I wasn't sure if he was serious or if he was just being sarcastic.
Oh, what I didn't know about him was that he was such a liberal. Did you get that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, he said that he's donated money to Black Lives Matters and all these other things. He's really a pretty liberal guy. And he even said, most of my customers are pretty conservative. The Scott Adams, they were on every desk that I work with, in that place. Everybody had the Dilbert calendars. They were everywhere.
Well, yeah, I mean that's like who he catered to, right? Was that kind of class of worker?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at those AC1DD, you look at those cartoons, and you say this guy's got to work in one of these places because there were people that were sending him stuff. It's like people in all these places that have very similar cultures and all these initiatives. They'd come out, they'd sweep across all these different companies. They're all the same, right? Everybody's just mimicking everyone else, and he would write cartoons about it. So yeah, that made a lot of sense. But no, he really went off. I mean, he really went off on that. I mean, he took that statistic and he really went off on that, and just, I just thought maybe he was having a really bad day or something, but then he doubled down on it, He just doubled down. He wasn't going to apologize, so I think he's been completely canceled now. Even this publisher dropped the latest book and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I don't think he really cared. I mean, I watched that several times, but I didn't know that I haven't seen any interview or seen what he said after the fact.
Well, yeah, he does that podcast, I think, every day. What's it called? Coffee with Scott Adams. Have you seen that?
Yeah, but I haven't watched it. So I've just watched the clip of him, his little rant there, or whatever you want to call it, but I haven't watched anything after that.
Yeah, I watched like the next 2 days worth of podcast, and then he was on another guy's YouTube channel, and he didn't back down at all. So now he tried to spin it a little bit. It was kind of cheesy the way he tried to handle it. I don't know. I left with a really poor opinion of him. I wish I knew less about him than I do.
Yeah, this is 89BI. I listened to him. Used to listen to a podcast a lot called The No Agenda Show with a guy called Adam Curry and John C. Dvorak, and they used to play some clips of him on there, and I kind of thought he sounded like he'd be interested, so I listened to a couple of his podcasts, and I didn't really, I actually kind of thought less of him the more I listened to him.
Yeah, he kind of comes off as sort of a, I don't know, sort of like a know-it-all type of guy, you know, and he's a cartoonist, you know what I mean? It just seems a little weird, and then when he was trying to explain his way out of this thing, he's almost using the argument, well, people just don't understand what I'm trying to say. You know, and I'm right, but they don't understand what I'm trying to say, and it's like, no, I think you were pretty clear about what you said. And then he was trying to say, well, but you can't discriminate against anyone individually, because that would be illegal. But isn't that what you're going to do if you did what he said to do?
No, he was just talking about a specific group of people.
Yeah, I know, but it just didn't flow right. It just seemed, it just blew up. Like I said, I would have had more respect for him if he said, hey, I said what I said, and I meant it, and that would have been the end of it. But he's trying to spin it like there's this super intellectual argument that he's trying to make, and people aren't understanding it. That's bullshit. I think people understood exactly what he meant. They understood why he said it. It probably is the truth, but you just can't go there.
Right. Well, has Joe Rogan made a comment on it?
I don't know. I thought that maybe Rogan would have him on his show. That's what I was thinking would happen.
I don't know what to think of Joe Rogan. Sometimes he seems gullible as can be.
Yeah, there are times when he's either the dumbest guy or he's just playing the person he's talking to. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, well, I think he's good at that because he seems to genuinely listen and think about what the other person's saying. Where some interviewers, you can tell that they're thinking the whole time the other person's talking what they're going to say next, and they can't wait to talk again.
Yeah, I think he's okay with it. I don't know. I've watched a lot of his stuff too. He's gone way down in my book also. I actually think it might have been that, who was the Roswell guy? I think it might have actually been that interview that really, wasn't it, what was the Roswell guy, and he had some shill that was doing a book or a movie with him, and...
Are you talking about Bob Lazar?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's just what I was going to say. I was thinking the same thing. Like, when he had Lazar on and the guy, whoever was right, made some little movie about him or whatever, that's when I thought, are you kidding me, Joe? You're buying this like hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, that's when I thought he was just doing it. He was just doing it to keep him talking, and it would have been a perfect opportunity to really dig into... I mean, and maybe that's part of the deal up front. You know, I'm sure they write various criteria. You know, the interview can't go into certain areas, or if it does, we get the option of editing it, or how does that work? I don't know. I mean, it was a perfect opportunity to go after Lazar on some of these things that, you know, have been out there forever. You know, it's like the educational stuff. He's a complete bullshit artist.
Right. You know how he couldn't explain why he doesn't show up in any of the yearbooks or whatever from the universities that he supposedly attended.
Yeah, the guy's a complete fraud. And in his later life, you know, he was arrested for For what? Pushing prostitution or being a pimp or something?
Oh, yeah, but that was all part of the setup to discredit him.
Yeah.
And I love those stories. I think they're very interesting and entertaining to listen to. And another one he had on was that Travis Walt. Are you familiar with him?
Is that the guy that claims there's a place out there that's being visited by aliens or something?
No, he was the guy that was on a crew of loggers. He was on a logging crew in Arizona, and he claims to have been abducted. He was missing for a few days, and then he showed back up 6 or 7 days later.
Oh yeah, I turned my amp off. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
There was a book, I think it was called Fire in the Sky, and then they made a movie, and it might have just been like a TV movie.
Yeah. I never saw that, but I think I read about that story somewhere, and yeah, the guy said he was abducted and showed up later, 4 or 5 days later. They found him walking on some road, and I think there's a lot of problems with that story too.
Yeah, and the big deal was he had taken a polygraph test and passed it, but everybody knows polygraph tests are pseudoscience.
Oh yeah, all that stuff. I don't know, when I watched the Lazar, and whoever that idiot was that was pushing either the book or the movie that was alongside Lazar, that guy looked like a total fruitcake.
Yeah, he had this Travis Walton guy on the show, and his stories were so out there that, it was just unbelievable. And later on, one of the guys that was on that logging crew, I'm pretty sure he came forward and said, hey, we had kind of formulated this deal, and he stayed with, the days he was missing, he was at his sisters or something like that,
Yeah. That's why I don't know what the criteria is to get the interview for Rogan, AC1DD. I'm sure that Lazar wouldn't want to go on there if it was wide open and he could go after his educational stuff, because there's so much information out there. Say it again, we must have doubled. Hello?
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Oh. Maybe they just put fences around things, don't go here. This has to be a positive interview because we're basically hucking a book or a movie. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, like I said, I think, wow, that was pretty good. And I still think he's a pretty good interviewer, but some of that stuff, it just seems like he's super gullible on. So like you said, he might just be playing the part or, not causing conflict with his guest.
Well, sometimes they say a good interviewer, it's almost like a cop interviewing. The cop will give up ask a bunch of questions that don't mean anything, just to start a conversation, agree with them, get to the point where, you're just an ordinary guy just like me, and I try to build some sort of relationship there, so then maybe later they can drop the big questions on, and maybe get an honest answer, instead of if it's more hostile to begin with, the person's going to be more on guard and, not be as open. But he never closed the door. He didn't even attempt to close the door. So he left all these huge questions that everyone's had, and Lazar won't answer them, even though these independent people have gone out there and they say, there's nothing there. This guy's a complete fraud. And Lazar just won't go there. It just like you said, points back to that. They're just trying to discredit me. They've blown away the records. I was there. All this stuff, and then you had the first guy he sucked in. Who was the guy out there? Was that Norrie? George Norrie?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of who it was. He was a legitimate, Las Vegas reporter.
I thought it was George Norrie, but it might not have been.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Yeah, he just seemed to fall into the tank, too. It's like... It just seems like those guys were just very shaky.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that guy, I don't remember if it was George Norrie or not, but let's just say that it was. I mean, that was a big story, and he got a lot of recognition for that. And I think part of it was that Bob would take him out there, him and some other guy. He'd say, okay, they're going to be doing test flights at, such and such time. And he would take them out there and actually show him, results.
Yeah, but he was just some low-level, temporary employee out there. And, most of those places were used to test jet aircraft that weren't disclosed to the public. And he might know that there were test flights of these aircraft, so what does that prove? That doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that they're, any sort of different technology. The government was going along with that at times. They said, hey, if these fruitcakes want to think it's alien technology, let them. The last thing we want them to release is the fact that we've got something new and it's still highly classified and, run people off. So the government played both sides of the fence with that for the longest time. They didn't care if these guys thought that, it was something else because they had their programs to protect.
Yeah, agreed. I'm just saying that the reason why, I think initially why that guy, took Bob Lazar's story seriously is that he had just received, he was told this, and then he said, I can show you that this is when they're doing this. So that was the initial credibility maybe that guy thought, hey, maybe this is legit.
Yeah, that could have been. That could have been how he got into he gained a lot of credibility. But that could have been just as simple as, he did work there at some capacity, although it was some low-level capacity because he didn't have the education to really do anything.
Well, see, one of the theories is that he hung out at some bar that was close to where a lot of the employees of that place would frequent. And they thought maybe he had overheard other people discussing those things.
Well, yeah, but those things could have just been test flights by experimental aircraft.
Exactly. Right, but he might not have ever worked there at all. He might have just hung out at that establishment where the people that did work there frequented it.
Yeah, and he was weird to begin with. Remember that story about him? It was in the newspaper out there that he built this rocket car thing. You remember that whole thing?
Yeah, he had a jet car or something. He had a jet engine on a Honda, some kind of Honda.
Yeah, it was all BS. He did have something. He did have something that kind of looked like a jet, but there an engine in there, but it was all BS. And so it was like it was almost like experimenting around with sort of fooling people with this technology stuff, He was doing that before. That was way before the other stuff happened.
Well, it seemed to me like he was almost trying to be something that he wasn't actually. You know what I mean? Like he aspired to be that guy, but really wasn't.
Right, and even the educational stuff they did find on him that is documented, his grades are subpar. he could never even get into an ordinary university with those grades that he had at some junior college or something. It's a joke. I mean, it's an absolute joke. But it just developed legs, and like I said, to this day, he's on Rogan, and that was one of the highly watched episodes.
Well, yeah, because people want to believe, right? It's fun.
Yeah, I guess it is, but then you wonder if somebody like Rogan is supposed to have this credibility. You say, well, why wouldn't you at least ask the big problems with his story? And he just didn't even touch them. And the other idiot there is just every time hucking the next book or whatever the hell. I think it was a movie. I don't remember what they were pushing.
Yeah, it was some kind of documentary that guy had made on the whole Bob Lazar thing.
I doubled with you. Say it again?
Yeah, it was a movie. It was like a special that you could rent on HBO or something. And I think I actually even watched it.
Oh, okay. So is that the game? Is that the game? They got this movie together. They need somebody to push it. Get people interested in it. So they're willing to come on to a show like that, like Rogan's, probably for no money, as long as there's a fence around the subject matter and maybe the ability to edit before it gets released. They figure, well, it's our time, we'll make money on the movie, but Rogan's constrained and he really can't do anything. And maybe, do they pay to get on the Rogan show? Maybe they say, hey, we'll pay you to come on to your show. I don't know how any of that works.
I don't know, but I mean, think of his audience, and if you're trying to sell a movie, movie tickets or whatever, a subscription, like that, I mean, that would be a good way to do it.
Well, yeah, I guess Rogan does have a big audience, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I guess that maybe that's probably a good way of promoting it.
I mean, it worked because I listened I think I watched Rogan's YouTube thing on it, and I don't buy any of the Bob Lazar stuff. I don't believe any of it, but it still made me want to watch that documentary thing, and I paid to watch it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, but at the same time, AC1DD, I think, it kind of blows Rogan's credibility to put himself into that position, though, to me. Because if he's doing that for him, what about all these other interviews? Everybody kind of takes the idea that, these are straight up. It's two guys talking. They cover a lot of different subjects, and they appear to be coming across as truthful. But when you see something like that, you got to ask yourself, is this whole thing just a bunch of bullshit? All of it's bullshit? Everybody's playing a game. They're trying to sell something else somewhere else, or and is he here? Ask these questions. Politicians have been known to do that, right? I'll do an interview with you. Here's the questions you're going to ask me. It's a complete advertisement. It's disguised as an interview.
Yeah, I see your point on that. I mean, I don't really take Joe Rogan as a serious source of legit news. I mean, just because of his lifestyle and watching his stuff. I watch it because I think it's entertaining and interesting. I think he's a fairly good interviewer.
Well, that's my point, though. You think it's an interview. I'm not sure it's an interview anymore. I mean, I think maybe it's just someone's trying to control a story. And maybe they come on and they say, here's your questions you're going to ask me. And I'm going to hit them out of the park, and I'm going to make it look good. And That's a big problem with all of this stuff, you know. What are we really looking at when we watch this stuff? You know, I would say, well, you know, Rogan's show kind of looks like he just goes in there and starts winging it, you know, whatever comes into his mind, he starts talking about it. I'm not sure that's the case.
Well, how much did he get for that Spotify deal? It was some outrageous amount of money.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I couldn't believe the number. I can't remember what it was, but it's out of sight. I don't know what that means. I mean, does that mean obviously means he's drawing a lot of viewers. But I did view him probably quite a bit around the time of that Lazar interview, but I haven't looked at his stuff since. It's like I had too much of him, you know. It was like, I don't know. I don't take him as I guess I thought it was entertaining to listen to that interview, but it came across as, this isn't an interview, this is something else, like part of a show, and if I watch anything else that he's doing, how do I know what's going on here? It just didn't seem, it lost its credibility.
Yeah, well, I know he used to be real big on the moon landing thing, like that it didn't happen. And now he's changed course on that. And there are certain things that he pushes back on, like the flat Earth guys, he'll push back on them, and the moon landing guys, he'll push back on them. But other things, it just seems like it's something that he wants to believe, so he just buys it hook, line, and sinker, like the Lazar thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the line is there. I just know that I haven't watched him in a long time, but I've seen a lot of, you know, his YouTubes pop up on my screen. I don't know if that's because I watched him in the past or how they're doing that algorithm. But I don't think I've ever clicked on any of those things. I'm just not. A lot of it, he's interviewing these people that I have no interest in whatsoever. I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, I watched one of them just probably yesterday. I'm trying to think who it was.
I think he's got into trouble a couple of times over the last several months, right? He said a few things that got some people pissed off.
Yeah, but usually he's not. He's outspoken about the transgender sports thing. 89 BI. There was a man who transitioned to a woman and was fighting women in MMA and just decimating these women.
Yeah, that makes like 0 sense to anyone. Are we that weird? Are we that? That points to some serious psychosis that we can't figure that whole thing out.
I'd watched an interview on, I don't remember who it was. It was some real famous past tennis player. And this was a BBC interview. And the guy, he said, yeah, I think Serena Williams is the best female tennis player in history. And the interviewer said, well, why did you say women's and not just say the best? And he said, because she's not. In the ranking among men, she'd be like 78th.
Yeah.
There was a soccer match against the U.S. Olympic women's team against the high school boys soccer team, and the high school boys just annihilated the U.S. Olympic women's team.
Oh no! Don't say it. It's such a weird thing. It's like, does it take any thought to figure that out?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's physical differences. Like, as far as like a fireman, if a woman has the ability to pick me up, which I'm not a very big person, and if she can come in and pick me up and carry me out of the house, that's fine. But she should have to have the same standards that the men have to do.
No, that's not what they do, though. They'll lower the standards for everyone so that she could get in.
Well, I used to, when I got into law enforcement, I was testing for the city's test, and there was a standard for the men, and there was a different standard for the women. They had to do less. We had to run 1.5 miles in a certain amount of time, and it was by age. So if you're a certain age, you had to run it faster than the old guys, and then if you're a woman, you got more time to run it. You didn't have to do as many physical things, like the bench press. You didn't have to lift as much weight.
I just think we're in a period of time where we're still groping with what makes sense in that whole area. But I think we'll figure it out. But I think the reasonable thing is, as far as it's unfortunate that a lot of these women, in all the sports, it's just terribly unfair to them to be competing against these guys. It's bizarre. I don't understand. They have absolutely no respect for the people that are running the sports, whatever that particular sport is. But they don't have the balls or the fortitude to straighten it out. It's like they're just afraid. What the hell are you afraid of? Somebody's going to sue you? Let them sue. Go to court. I just don't get it. It's like everybody does stuff out of fear.
Well, is that what the motivation is?
I think it is. I mean, in every one of those sports where they're letting, men that have trans to women into a woman's sport, they come in there, they destroy everyone. And the people running the sport are like, well, yeah, I guess that's the way it's going to be. Well, your whole sport's going to be men that have transitioned to women, and they're destroying it. And the only genetic women are, they're like number 50. AC1DD. And essentially, you're just going to eliminate women in sports. Because all these trans guys going to women are going to just dominate.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what you're going to end up seeing, is that, hey, if I say... And South Park did an episode where they had... they're so funny, and they're right on top of things. They had Macho Man Randy Savage that competed as a woman, and he was destroying everybody, but everybody was like, oh, it's good for her,
I'm telling you, South Park has done a good job on a lot of this stuff.
89, yeah, I just watched, they came out with a new one maybe, I don't know if it was last night or Wednesday night. I think Wednesday night. But it was all about Japanese toilets and how the toilet paper manufacturers are trying to keep a hold on the American people, where the rest of the world washes themselves with water. 95% of the American population walk around with fecal matter stuck in their butt because they just rub it around with paper.
That's so true.
It is, and it's not true in my house. I use bidets.
Yeah.
Once you go that way, I'm telling you, you never go back. And they got these toilets now that are, they're fancy. They have seat warmers on them. You walk in the room and the seat lifts on its own and lights up. They even have they'll blow hot air and dry you off.
There you go. That's technology there. Yeah, we're Neanderthal. 35 in But I mean, that whole trans thing in sports, though, I just can't get that. Like, I mean, you're just going to end up with whatever you call women's, I don't care what it is, women's pole vaulting, women's golf, any sport, It's going to end up being a bunch of trans men that went to women, and they're going to dominate. So if you don't do something, and all these women that have been training for years and years, right, the swimmers, they're just getting blown away by these guys, right? And it's like, what the hell?
Well, there's a reason why we differentiate the two in sports, right? Because it puts them on a more equal playing field.
All right,
Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a thing as boys and girls basketball. They would just be high school basketball.
Yeah, they'd all be male.
That's right.
Because the women couldn't compete. I mean, it's just stupid. Look at what's happened. These organizations, they're okay with it. It's like they don't. What is it? Is it like the LGBT whatever QT? They have such political influence.
Well, I think there's a plus in there somewhere. But yeah, you wonder, because it's such a minority, why are they so powerful?
Exactly. They're what, 1 or 2%. So what? Is it that an organization can't say, even if it's to a 1% of the population, quite honestly, fuck off? You don't have that ability anymore? Seems like you would.
I don't know. I mean, it's just not. It's totally against the. It's not helping women at all.
That's the group that's getting screwed. I mean, the guys are going to say, well, I guess if I'm really not quite good enough to compete in male sports, maybe I will go trans. If I'm like the second rung, I'm not quite good enough to make the top tier, I'll just trans myself and I'll be famous. The whole thing is stupid. And I blame the organizations for not standing up, because they're ruining they're making their sport a joke.
Well, there was some big controversy about the women's NBA and equal pay. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not, and I don't follow basketball at all.
Well, nobody really follows women's NBA, and that's why they don't get paid the big money. And the reason, if you look at, they'll say, well, look how much money LeBron James or you name a big basketball player, and then you look at the amount of money that guy is bringing in to the organization versus, so the NBA is making money, where since the inception of women's basketball, it has been losing money. So obviously, their players are not going to get paid as much as the ones that are worth more money.
That makes sense to me. I mean, isn't all those professional sports just really entertainment of one form or another?
But yeah, but only if people are entertained by them. If people don't watch them or buy the merchandise or go to the games, then they're not going to be profitable.
That's right. Why do some people command these really big salaries for movies and others will work for free? It's just the market. I guess the market decides, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, wait a minute, the market isn't valuing us as much, but you still have to pay us as much. That doesn't make any sense.
That's absolutely true.
I doubled. What'd you say?
No, I just said that's true. That's exactly what's going on. If they could get to where they were profitable and drawing the crowds, if they were making the same revenue as the men's organization, they would probably be able to command just as high of a salary as the men. but that they're not there yet. And they may never get there.
Yeah, because maybe people will pay a lot of money to watch the very, very best in a sport. And that's typically the men. And yeah, it might be entertaining to watch the women, but you're not watching the very best on the planet of the earth, you know, so I don't know, it's like entertainment. Why do you pay some comedian a lot more than another comedian? Because more people want to see him and consume their content. So I think the market should decide, and the companies, I mean, there are owners, and they got to look at their revenue, and they don't like losing money.
Yeah, that's what
happen,
the
right?
players
Okay,
don't
they say they sue.
You know, they think that they're just not making the money because they're women, and that's not the case. They're not making the money because they're not generating the revenue.
Well, it seems like it would be real easy. If they sued, say they sued the owners would go into court with all the data, right? They'd say, look, here's all the revenue, here's all of our expenses, here's our salaries, here's the story. It seems like they would be open and shut. I mean, if they were holding their salaries down for some reason just so they can make more profit, then they might be vulnerable. But going in with the argument that we're just not making as much as men, I don't think that would fly.
Well, there are certain cases where women, you know, make more than men. If you look at, say, mud wrestling.
Or strippers.
Right.
I'm pretty sure female strippers make more than male strippers. But I don't have any data on that.
No, but I'm guessing you're correct. Well, if you look at, as far as the music industry, I think it's pretty even between men and women.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I mean, it seems like to me, though, that the female basketball players that are upset, what would they do? They would sue the owners, I would guess. They would sue the league. Well, I don't know if you could sue the league. League doesn't set the salaries. I think you would have to sue the owners. And the owners will just go in there and say, look, here's the business that we're running. What do you want us to do? If we had to match what the male players are playing, AC1DD, if we had to match what the male players are making, we would just shut this organization down because there'd be no way to make money.
Well, that's been the response. It has been exactly that. That, look, here's the numbers. You know, here's what the NBA produces as an annual revenue per, you know, and here's what women's NBA produces, and it's night and day different. So they're like, how do you expect us to pay you the same amount that these guys are making?
And if the court made a mistake and said, well, it doesn't matter, you have to pay the same amount, it would just say, oh, okay, we're out of business, we're shutting down, and now they're unemployed.
Can you name the your local women's NBA team?
Nope, I couldn't name the local NBA team. I have no idea.
I don't think they have one.
I don't think St. Louis has one, no.
And don't you find that odd?